Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Oh.
Good morning, Red Angus enthusiasts. We're getting ready to start our Futurity female show. But before we do, we would like you to all stand and recognize the American flag as Mr. Connor Hidalgo will sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2021 NAJRAE Futurity Show. We're going to go ahead and get this show started with Class 1 of winter calves born from November 1st to December 31st. Starting us off in the ring will be entry number 691, Preston Hartman from Tecumseh, Nebraska. Following is 184, Ansley Brown from Raymer, Alabama. 185, Charlie Barnes from Jonesboro, Arkansas. 186, Laney Bowman from Shiner, Texas. 831, Reagan Bostic from Puryear, Tennessee. And finishing off the class is 188, Ford Lewis from Jacksboro, Texas. No, right? While the judge is selecting Class 1, I'd like to give him a warm welcome. Dave Allen. With more than 35 years of experience under his belt, Allen exemplifies the ideal qualities you would find in a Stock Show University professor. Allen has raised and shown numerous champions throughout the years. Not only is he a prime example of a Stock Show University professor, but he is also an accomplished evaluator. Allen has judged every major stock show in the country and several in Canada. For Dave and his wife Becky, showing livestock will continue to be a family affair with their 3 sons, Tyler, Mason, and Landry. Allen also represents Purina as an honor show chow ambassador. Let's give Judge Dave Allen a nice warm welcome. Okay.
An outstanding class to start the show off with today. A lot of quality all the way through, top to bottom. I think we've got really good heifers on both ends of the class, some differences between them. The young man that leads the class off, I think a really complete heifer, and to me, the heifer that has the most future of any heifer in the class. Feminine front and kind of a female that ties in good through her shoulders. She's big and bold in her body. She's very fresh in her condition. She's got some shape. She gets out and moves with some length of stride, very sound off her front end. If I were to change her, maybe like to loosen her up in that ankle just a little bit, but a really high quality, fresh female. I think a lot of future in a really, really good one. Probably the stoutest made heifer in the class is the heifer in second. She is big and bold in her ribs. She's got a big top in her. She's got a lot of muscle, probably the heaviest structured in terms of bone. She gets a little tighter in her spine when we set her in motion. She's not quite as nice in terms of her head, neck, and shoulder as we compare to the class winner, but a really powerful, high-quality female. Young lady does a great job when she gets her out and gets her set up. The highest performing heifer in the class is third. World of volume in this female and performance, long and deep. One that gets a little more round and open in her shoulder, maybe just a little bit bigger in her frame size. Maybe like to see her go with a touch longer stride off her hind end, but another very high-quality female. Really like the balance and profile in the heifer in fourth. I think one that when she walked in, you'd say, this is a really good heifer. Just ran into a tough class. She gets a little rounder and shorter in terms of her hip compared to one or two ahead of her. Maybe not as heavy structured in terms of bone, but still a lot of look and quality in that female. Long-sided heifer coming next, a little greener in her condition. Just like to open her up, see a little bolder in her rib cage, a little stouter when you get in behind her, but really long and good in her lines. Just like to see a little more of her. And then a very nice profiling female at the end of the class, one that gives up some substance of bone and performance, but still really nice in terms of quality and the look that she has. An excellent class to start out our show today.
I don't think that's right.
In the ring now is senior calves born September 1st, October 31st. We have entry number 274, Clay Kennedy from Quanah, Texas. 190, Natalia Zender from Stanfield, Minnesota. 833, Ella Troglin from Crossville, Tennessee. 191, Camden Fullwood from Roscoe, Texas. 294, Tegan DePorter from Eaton, Colorado. 192, Ray Duncan from Wingate, Indiana. 193, Walker Crank from Salem, Illinois. 194, Ray Duncan from Wingate, Indiana. And 195, Colton Lee from Clark Range, Tennessee. The placings in Class 1 for winter calves. Sixth place goes to entry number 184, Ansley Brown from Raymer, Alabama, with a heifer exhibited by Presnell Red Angus. Fifth place goes to entry number 186, Laney Bowman from Shiner, Texas, exhibiting 7K Red Angus. Fourth place goes to entry number 831, Reagan Bostic from Puryear, Tennessee, exhibiting 3K Acres cattle. In third place, 188, Ford Lewis from Jacksboro, Texas, exhibiting JCK Red Angus. In second place is 185, Charlie Barnes from Jonesboro, Arkansas, exhibiting JCL Red Angus. And in first place, winner of your class is entry 691, Preston Hartman from Tecumseh, Nebraska, exhibiting Denton Halpayne Red Angus.
Another very good class with a lot of nice females. Definitely some give and take, different types and kinds. Maybe not just that one that combines everything. I think we had one or two in the class before. Maybe they put it together just more complete in their makeup. But there's some nice individuals out here with some really nice pieces. Heifer that wins the class, she's the stoutest made heifer out here. Big rib, heavy muscled, heavy structured. One that you get her set up and put together, she's pretty nice in terms of balance. Maybe like to see her just a little fresher out through her front end, a little smoother in terms of her shoulder, but a nice complete female that's really stout to win the class. Heifer in second is longer fronted and a little probably, to me, more correct in her condition, and I like that about her. She's one that you'd like to open her up in her forerib, just drop her down and her rib cage is shot, but a sound, feminine, fresh female. A lot of quality about her. I think a nice future ahead of that heifer. A heifer in third that probably in terms of just look and profile is as nice as any in the class. I like the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. She's really flat in her shoulder. She's really good in her lines. The young lady does a great job putting her together on the profile. She's a little flatter when you get behind her, a little straighter in her hock. Doesn't get out and reach quite as nicely off her hind leg as the two ahead of her, but beautiful in terms of her side view profile. Just a nice complete heifer coming out in fourth, one with some length of body, a feminine front end, a long hip. She gets a little different in her spine. We set her in motion, maybe a little flatter behind this compared to one or two ahead of her, but still a good kind of a female. Young man coming next has one of the other real stout made heifers in the class, big boned and muscular, a little higher performing kind of a female, one that just needs more center body and rib shape as we compare to those ahead of her. Maybe like to raise those pin bones up a little bit as well, but really stout in her makeup, one that has some good things about her. Nice heifer coming next, one that's a shot more moderate in her frame, big and bold in her rib. Maybe just like to change her folder with the way she comes from her shoulder into her forerib. She wants to pinch just a little bit. Maybe gets a little frail in terms of her bone work as we compare to some of those ahead of her. Want to pull her apart at her hocks just a little bit as well. Young man coming around next has a nice, useful female, medium-sized, got some rib shape. Just like to see her a little stouter. She gets a little frail in her makeup, a little more upright in her pasterns. If we could just put a little more stoutness in that female, she could move on up the class. The young lady with the smaller framed heifer, really sound, nice made kind of a female, one that's just behind in terms of her performance and her condition. But I think she has more quality in her structure and her look than the heifer behind her. The heifer behind her is stout and powerful, just gets awfully restricted when we set her in motion. Just like to change her skeleton and free her up to get her any higher in the class today. But a nice class of females from top to bottom.
Your placings in Class 2 start with 9th place going to exhibitor 193, Walker Crank from Salem, Illinois, with an animal exhibited by Rosewood Cattle. 8th place goes to 294, Tegan Day Porter from Eaton, Colorado, with an animal from TC Reds. 7th place goes to 195, Colton Lee from Clark Range, Tennessee, with a shady bottom. 6th place goes to 833, Ella Troglin from Crossville, Tennessee, with a shady bottom red Angus. 5th place goes to 274, Clay Kennedy from Quanah, Texas, with Thomas Ranch. 4th place goes to 192, Ray Duncan from Wingate, Indiana, with 3 acres red Angus. 3rd place goes to 190, Natalia Zinder from Stockfield, Minnesota, with TC Reds. 2nd place goes to 194, Ray Duncan from Wingate, Indiana, with 3 acres red Angus. In 1st place, winner of your class is entry 191, Camden Fullwood from Roscoe, Texas, with JCL red Angus. On your programs from top to bottom, 5, 3, 6, 1, 8, 4, 9, 2, 7. In the ring now is Class 3, late summer yearlings born from July 1st, August 31st. Entry 196, Andrew Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee, and 197, Paige Van Dyke from Louisville, Illinois.
Only two females in this late summer yearling class, but maybe two of the best heifers that have come through the ring yet today. And the only problem with this class, it's too bad we don't have 6 or 8 more to put behind these two because they are so good, a really good pair. And both these heifers have advantages relative to the class, but the heifer that really strikes me with her balance and her volume and her freedom of movement is the heifer in first. I love when she gets out and goes, the way she travels at the ground. She's long and free in terms of her stride, really good in her top line. I love her shoulder up into her neck and head, very feminine female, but opens up in a big deep rib cage. She's long and level in her hip. She's not as wide in her skeleton and as muscular as the heifer behind her, but I think she ties herself together a little better in her spine and through her shoulder. Just a very high quality female, an excellent heifer to win an excellent class. The heifer in second is really nicely balanced and stout. I mean, she's got a ton of muscle. She's really opened up in terms of the width of her skeleton and her rib. Very powerful on makeup. One that's sure adequate when she gets out and goes. She's not quite as good in her spine as the heifer that wins the class. She's not quite as nice in terms of her shoulder forerib junction, but she is powerful and she is well balanced and nicely presented. An excellent pair of heifers, two of the really good females that have come through here today.
Your placings for Class 3. Second place goes to entry number 196, Andrew Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee, exhibiting an animal from Brady Edge Cattle. In first place, winner of your class goes to entry number 197, Paige Van Dyke from Louisville, Illinois, with Four Corners Farm. And the class now is Class 4, summer yearlings born from May 1st to June 30th. Leading off the class is 356, Callie Flanders from Buffalo, Kentucky. Number 200, Carly Kleeman from Bramer, Missouri. Number 201, Colt Illingworth from Funk, Nebraska. Number 202, Clint Harrington from Nowata, Oklahoma. Number 293 is Tatum DePorter from Eaton, Colorado. Number 204, Reese McMurphy from Alva, Oklahoma. Number 203, Shannon Jenkins from Lebanon, Missouri. Number 205, Hunter Jones from Moundville, Missouri. And number 206, Kate Vowell from Forest, Mississippi. At the conclusion of the Futurity show, we will be taking a 10 to 15 minute break to take a picture, and then we will roll right into the Bred and Owned show.
Boy, another really good class with a lot of depth in terms of the quality from end to end. I think we get the heifers up here on the front end. We've got 2 or 3 at the front end that are similar in their type. They're medium frame, big-bodied, eye-appealing heifers that have some muscle and some stoutness about them. I think the heifer that comes to the top, she's the soundest of the top 3 or 4, yet she's a balanced female that's big-ribbed, extremely stout. She can get out and go. She's correct off both ends of her skeleton. You know, if we want to nitpick her, maybe she runs downhill just a little bit, but a very high-quality female and one that I think is fresher in terms of her condition than the heifer in second, especially as you read her down into her chest. Heifer in second is the other big-bodied heifer that balances up pretty nicely. She's not quite as stout and powerful when you get behind her in terms of width and shape. She's not as fresh as you read her down into her chest, but I like her rib, her length of hip, the look that she has, another very high quality kind of a female. Heifer in third, again, the same type. She's a medium frame size, big bodied heifer that's pretty sound. I'd like to change her from hooks to pins as we compare the 2 ahead of her. She'd like to raise her up in her pin set, especially when we put her in motion. And she's not quite as feminine up through her front end as the 2 ahead of her as well, but still a powerful, nicely balanced, complete heifer, very nicely presented as well. I love the profile on the heifer in fourth. She's long bodied, she's long hipped. She's really big and bold in terms of her rib. She gives up some width as you compare her to the 3 heifers ahead of her today. She's a little narrow underneath. She gives up some substance of bone, doesn't handle her hind leg quite as nicely when you set her in motion, but I love her front end, her big body, and her long hip, one that really shows you a good look on the side. Nice heifer coming in fourth, the one that's good in her lines. The young lady does an excellent job of putting her together on the profile. She gives up some depth of body to the heifers ahead of her today. Maybe just like to change the way her neck comes out of her shoulder, just have it come out a bit higher, but still a very high quality female. And I think that's what's good about this class. You've got really nice heifers way on down the line. Really opened up, bold kind of a female with big bone and big feet coming next. Just as you read her through her head, neck, and shoulders, she's not as feminine about her head. She's not as smooth about her shoulder, but huge in her rib cage, stout, got some bone and some foot. A nice female, just like to change her front third. Long-bodied heifer coming next, one that's very feminine in terms of her head, neck, and shoulder. Just like to see more center body in this female. Raise her up in her pin set just a little bit to get her any higher. Nice profiling female coming next. Really alert. Her neck comes out of her shoulders. She's long in her hip and got some depth of body. One that doesn't travel quite as free on her hind leg as some of those ahead of her, but still a lot of quality. And then a moderate framed heifer, easy fleshing kind of a female. Just like to lengthen her out in terms of her front end to get her any higher in class today.
Your places in Class 4, starting with 9th place, entry number 201, Colt Illingworth from Funk, Nebraska, with Polzine Cattle Co. 8th place, 356, Callie Flanders from Buffalo, Kentucky, with Four Corners Farm. 7th place, 202, Clint Harrington from Nowata, Oklahoma. With JCL Red Angus. 6th place, 204, Reese McMurphy from Alva, Oklahoma, with Kip Wallace Cattle. 5th place is 203, Shannon Jenkins from Lebanon, Missouri, with TC Red Angus. 4th place goes to entry number 206, Cade Vowell from Forest, Mississippi, with TC Reds. 3rd place is 293, Tatum DePorter from Eaton, Colorado, with TC Reds. 2nd place, number 200, Carly Kleeman from Bramer, Missouri, with TC Reds. In 1st place, winner of your class, number 205, Hunter Jones from Moundville, Missouri, with J. Key Red Angus. In the class now is Class 5, April Spring Yearlings, born from April 1st to April 30th. Number 207, Colt Illingworth from Funk, Nebraska. 209, Addison Vowell from Forest, Mississippi. Number 208, Colby Erickson from Haskell, Oklahoma. Number 211, Luke Pladson from Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Number 212, Dixie Snodgrass from Marietta, Oklahoma. Number 213, Zachary Griffith from Justin, Texas. Number 215, Riley Moore from Atlanta, Missouri. Number 216, Peyton Nagel from Alhambra, Illinois. And 211, Jacob Presnell from Shelby, North Carolina.
Boy, another excellent class. And I think these top 4 or 5 are real good. Heifer that wins the class, just a problem-free kind of a female. One that's sound, one that's fresh in terms of her condition. She's big-bodied, yet she's not over-conditioned. I like the design of her hip and her hind leg. One that maybe doesn't just wow you, but you get to looking at her. She doesn't really have any big issues, and she's still nicely balanced when we get her out on the profile. The heifer in second, she's the most moderate of these first 3 or 4, but one that's very complete. I think another heifer that can get out and travel. She's adequate in terms of her rib and muscle. Might like to lengthen out her front end just a little bit as we compare to the heifers on either side of her, but just a nice, complete kind of a female. The heifer that kind of wows you when we get them out on the profile is the heifer in third. She's big in her rib and long and stout in terms of her hip. She doesn't handle her hind leg and her ankle quite as nicely as the 2 heifers ahead of her. Reads a little more condition through her face and down into her chest, but a world of volume and stoutness, nicely presented, a really good female. Just like to change the way she goes and lean her up. Very eye-appealing heifer in fourth, one that shows you a nice look when we get out on the profile, but you back up off of her. Her chest relative to her flank is not quite as good as the heifers ahead of her. Maybe gets a little different in her hock when you set her in motion, but a very high-quality female, very nicely presented, nicely shown, lots of quality on the front end. I like this young lady's heifer in fifth. She's fresh, she's very eye-appealing. You set her in motion and she falls away from the 4 ahead of her. She gets a bit shorter in her stride. She's a little shorter in her hip, but very attractive, very fresh. I like the way she's presented in terms of her condition, just not as good in her structure as some of those ahead of her today. We come on down the class. I think a heifer that's functional in her skeleton and long in her body just simply needs more rib shape to get any higher in this class. Another nice female, one that's maybe got a little more condition on her as you read her down in her chest and back to her pins. She's long and she's a big volume female, gets a little frail in terms of her bone as well. And the young man coming around next has a high-performing female, probably one of the heaviest heifers in the class. She's long and she's stout and she's big bone. She gets a little coarser as you read her through her front third, maybe has a little more condition. That's what's ideal for me today. Young lady at the end of the class does an outstanding job with her heifer. Just simply needs more body and look to get higher, but a very nice class of females. Really tough in those top 4 or 5.
Your placings in Class 5, April Spring Yearlings, born from April 1st to April 30th. In ninth place, entry 215, Riley Moore from Atlanta, Missouri, with Greystone Cattle Co. Eighth place goes to 216, Peyton Nagel from Alhambra, Illinois, with Hannah Taylor. Seventh place goes to 211, Luke Platson from Harpers Ferry, Iowa, with Kip Wallace Cattle Company. Sixth place goes to 207, Colt Illingworth from Funk, Nebraska, with Polzine Cattle Co. Fifth place goes to 212, Dixie Snodgrass from Marietta, Oklahoma, with a 7K Red Angus. Fourth place goes to 213, Zachary Griffith from Justin, Texas, with TC Red Angus. Third place goes to 217, Jacob Presnell from Shelby, North Carolina, with Thomas Ranch. Second place goes to 208, Colby Erickson from Haskell, Oklahoma, with Polzine Cattle Company. And first place, winner of your class, goes to 209, Addison Vowell from Forest, Mississippi, with Harmony Hill. In the ring now is Class 6, March Spring Yearlings, born March 1st to March 31st. Led by 218, Ashby Norman from Raymer, Alabama. 538, Katie Berry from Canton, Texas. 329, Laney Naylor from Connorsville, Indiana. 220, J.C. Stutzman from Milford, Nebraska. 221, Paige Wood from Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Number 300, Hayden Faulkner from Sullivan, Illinois. 222, Jacob Shooter from Frankton, Indiana. 223, Rachel Safner from Emerald, Wisconsin. 224, Colin Zuxworth from Bloomfield, Indiana. 320, Cambry Murray from Lebanon, Oregon. 226, Laura Carpenter from Wamego, Kansas. And 228, Ryan Hegland from Northfield, Minnesota.
Another good class, but to me a heifer when she walked in, but to me a heifer when she walked in. Not the stoutest heifer that's come through today. Not the stoutest heifer that's come through today. Really completely heifer that's come through today. Really stoutest heifer that's come through today. Really stoutest heifer big body today. Really stoutest heifer big body today. Really said big body today. Really said big body shape. Really fresh big body shape. Really just one big body shape. Really just one big body shape. Stout mated heifer alongside. Stout mated heifer alongside. She's not mated heifer alongside. She's not mated heifer alongside. She's not a big heifer alongside. She's not a big heifer alongside. She's not a big out quite. She's not a big out quite. She's not a big out quite. Moderate frame heifer third. Moderate frame heifer third. Moderate frame heifer third. Nice moderate frame heifer. One that is like a nice moderate frame heifer. One that is like a nice moderate to see it. One that is like a nice moderate to see it. Very nice like a nice moderate to see it. Very nice like a nice moderate to see it. Very nice like a nice moderate to see it. Very nice like a maybe not as nice maybe not as crazy but still a face but still a face another nice mother another nice mother just like to see a little more another nice mother just like to see a little another nice just like to see a little another nice just like to see a little next as nice just like to see a little next as really nice really nice it's a little frail it's a little frail it's a little frail it's a little frail but I love it it's a little frail but I love it young lady coming next to us now 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 maybe just gets a little more condition once maybe just gets a little more condition shoulder just gets a little more condition stouter just like a sweeter stouter just like a the nice looking heifers like that 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 the nice looking heifers like the last really nice heifers like the last really nice heifers like the last make you really nice young lady in the last nice really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young lady in the last make you really nice young l
Entering the ring now is Class 7, February Junior Yearlings 7, February 1st of February 28, February 1st of February 7. Leading off is 229, Madison Leading off is 229, Madison Leading off is 229, Madison Riley Norris, 229, Madison Riley Norris, 229, 231, 71, Ashford, 231, 71, Ashford, 231, Lady Bowen, 231, Lady Bowen, number 233, Lady Bowen. No 230 Romwell, Mendoza, no 230 Romwell, for 111, 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 no 230 Romwell, 235, no 230 Romwell, 235, Haley's, number 239, Josie Haley's, number 239, Josie Haley's, number 239, Josie Haley's, number 239, Josie Haley's. 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 Number Your placings in Class 6, starting with placings in Class place 6 was 329. Lady Naylor was Connersville, Indiana. Lady Naylor, 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 10th place, 70. Every Murray, 7 Morgan. Every Murray, 7 Morgan. Every Murray, 7 Morgan. Every Murray, 7 Morgan. Eighth place goes to 221. Eighth place goes to Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Eighth place goes to Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Eighth place goes to Big Class goes to 220. Big Class goes to 2. Emerald Wisconsin. Big Class goes to 2. Emerald Wisconsin. Big Class goes to 2. Emerald place goes to 228. Ryan Ellis place north to 228. Ryan Ellis place north to 228. Ryan Ellis place north to 228. Ryan Ellis 81 to 228. Ryan Ellis 81 to 228. Fourth place goes to 308. Sullivan 308. Third place goes to 220. Third place goes to 220. Third place goes to 220. Second place goes to 222. Jacob Shooters goes to 222. Jacob Shooters goes to 220. Jacob Shooters goes to 220. First place Jacob Shooters goes to 220. First place First place on your
Another excellent class with tons of quality. Maybe not just that one that puts it all together. I think just that one that puts it all together. All these heifers have advantages, but the one that fits me the best is the one in first. But the one that fits me is the sound, fresh, beautifully balanced female. I love the hip behind leg on her. Relative to her condition, she's good. Relative to her shape, I like her shoulder design, the slope to her shoulder. Really feminine up front. I think it's the heifer for as fresh as she is. There's still enough for as fresh as she is. Just a complete kind of fresh female. The heifer in second, I love her structure. She's very sound in her makeup. She's good in her lines. Very nice and bold. Nice and bone. Just like to see a shot more performance. Just like to see a shot more performance. Just in terms of performance, just a shot moderate to me, but very, very complete in her makeup. Maybe not quite as wild in makeup. Maybe not quite as wild. Heifer in third on the profile. She's the best one standing still. I love the sweep to her ribs, the length to her hip, the way her neck to her ribs, the shoulder to her hip, the way her ribs got a shoulder stoutness, the way behind her. The big problem is you set her in motion. She doesn't handle her top line motion. She doesn't handle the two head lines ahead of her. She gets a nickel tighter in her spine. She doesn't reach quite as nicely off her hind leg. She doesn't reach quite as nicely off her hind leg. Really good. I love the volume and the balance really good she has. Probably one of the highest performing heifers. Probably one of the highest performing heifers. Probably one of the highest performing. She's one that just doesn't put it together quite as nicely in terms of balance. She got a shot more chest in her. She's not quite as perfect in terms of the left. Not quite as perfect. But that the left not quite as perfect. But that quality, just not quite as nicely designing. Just not quite as the three heifers. Just a good complete heifer coming next. Just one that's kind of no holes. She's not the most complete in this class, but she's sound. She's sure balanced. Her makeup. She doesn't have any big issues. Maybe gets outside of herself just a little bit. Maybe gets motion, but just a very complete kind of heifer. But just a very complete young lady coming with the dark red heifer. One of the really pretty dark red heifers in the class. I like the pretty third of this heifer very well. I like one that's long in her spine as well. She gets a little bit flatter as you read her behind. She gets a little bit shape, a bit frail in terms of her shape, but beautiful in terms of her profile. Then we come down the line, we've got some heifers that have some performance, we've got volume and some rib shape, and I like that about them. I think all of these heifers, I like that could probably lead up just a shot. The one directly ahead of me has a lot of quality about her. Just like to change the way she's made in her foreribs. She wants to break in her top. She wants to break into her forerib. Outside of that, that's a big rib, high quality, nicely presented heifer. The three heifers behind her are very similar, high performing females that don't travel quite as nicely as some of those ahead of them. Carry just a shot more condition, maybe give up a little bit in terms of balance, but a very nice class, real tough with some give and take on the front end. Real tough with some give and take on the front end. Real tough with some give and take on the front end. Real tough with some give and take on the front end. Real tough with some give and take on the front end.
Your placings for Class 7, February junior yearlings born February 1st to February 28th. Starting with 10th place, we have entry number 111, Reagan Bostic from Warrior, Tennessee, with Shady Bottom. In 9th place, 234, Lexi Stout from Crossville, Tennessee, with Shady Bottom. 8th place is 231, Tiffany Watkins from Dade City, Florida, with TC Reds. 7th place, 233, Avery Calvisto from Cromwell, Minnesota, with Kip Wallace Cattle Company. 6th place, 239, Josie Hopper from Maysville, Kentucky, with Smoky Y Ranch. 5th place is 232, Laney Bowman from Shiner, Texas, with Lazy J. 4th place is 235, Emily Padden from St. Clairsville, Ohio, with Harmony Hill. 3rd place goes to 230, Riley Morris from Ashgrove, Missouri, with Lazy J. 2nd place goes to 229, Madison Fisher from Hempstead, Texas, with Rojas Red Angus. In 1st place, winner of your class is entry number 236, Bailey Smith from Shiner, Texas, with Neil Brar Red Angus. On your programs from top to bottom, 2, 3, 8, 5, 7, 10, 9, 4, 1, 6. In the ring now is Class 8, January junior yearlings born from January 1st to January 31st. Entry number 240, Gray Bradfield from Pigot, Arkansas. 242, Camille Bloom from Brooklyn, Iowa. 241, Luke Yorkland from Henning, Minnesota. Number 243, Emmett Zuxworth from Bloomfield, Indiana. 244, Jake Hudson from Miles, Texas. And 246, Kyler Plugi from Lincoln, Nebraska. Also, Wall is the exclusive clipper of NAJ RAE and sponsor of the division champions. Each division champion will receive a new set of Wall clippers. And Sullivan Supply is the sponsor of the reserve champions. Each division reserve champion will receive a blade pouch. Also, champion and reserve champions will be receiving a buckle as a gift from the NAJ Junior Board.
Another very good class, and sure not a bad heifer out here. Lots of good in all of these females. Heifer that wins the class, I like her length and her stoutness. You get behind her, she's wide and got some shape, yet you get on the profile, she's long hipped, she's long fronted, and still balances up very nicely. Nice in terms of foot and bone. One maybe when she goes gets it just a little outside of herself, but nitpicking on a really high quality heifer. The heifer in second is very attractive. The young man does a great job of showing this female. When he gets her out on the profile, he's got her head up, her neck comes high out of the shoulder. She's fresh in her look. She's got some shape to her ribs. She gives up some length of body and length of front to the heifer ahead of her, but still a lot of quality in that female. Heifer in third is nice on the stand. She's big-bodied, and this young man does a great job of showing you a good look. You get her in motion, and she wants to drop her pin. She's not as attractive on the move, especially in the design of her hip as you compare the two heifers ahead of her. When she's on the stand, I think she can run with them. When we set her in motion, those pins drop, and she's just not as attractive. Coming around, we've got three heifers that are very close, and I think you could really place these three heifers however you want. The young man in fourth has a leaner made heifer of the three that has a lot of shape and a lot of bone. She's not quite as soft in terms of her body, but she's leaner in her makeup, but she does get a little coarse up in her front third. Big-bodied, high-volume heifer coming next and needs to be more attractive in terms of her neck and her front end. Gets a little flatter behind. And the young man at the end of the class has a very three-dimensional, thick-made, big-ribbed heifer that's got some quality. For me, she just carries a little more condition than what's ideal today.
So winner of your class is entry number 244, Jake Hudson from Miles, Texas, with JCL Red Angus. 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 Entering the ring now is your 2021 NAJRAE Breeders' Cup Futurity Grand Drive. Looking for 8 entries. 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 Just a reminder, we will have a 10 to 15 minute picture break for a we will have a 10 to 15 minute picture break following the grand drive and go right into our bred and owned female show. 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 Right into our bred and owned female show.
Before we select the champion and reserve in the Futurity division, I think we should put our hands together and thank all of the folks that sponsor the Futurity, all the breeders that have put in the support to have this class. The quality has been outstanding throughout the show, through the classes. The young people, I'd like to thank them for the great job that they've done in terms of exhibiting their cattle and preparing them for the show. I'm not going to go back and talk each and every one of these heifers, but I think in general, what I was looking for were eye-appealing, sound females with some body, and then if we can add some muscle and some substance of bone to that, that's great. But first and foremost, I want them sound, I like them to be fresh, and I like some rib shape where they'll make it good, easy doing cows. So, and I think these heifers vary in type and kind, obviously, because every class is different what comes at you, but I think we've got a nice mix of those kind of cattle. I'll take one more look and show you the two that I like best, but congratulations to these exhibitors. A great set of cattle in the Futurity division. A great set of cattle in the Futurity division. A great set of cattle in the Futurity division. A great set of cattle in the Futurity division. A great set of cattle in the Futurity division. A great set of cattle in the Futurity division. A great set of cattle in the Futurity division.
All right, your reserve champion Futurity heifer goes to entry number 691, Preston Hartman from Tecumseh, Nebraska, with Denton Halpane. And your 2021 NAJ RAE Futurity Breeders' Cup champion goes to entry number 197, Paige Van Dyke from Louisville, Illinois, with Four Corners Farm. Congratulations. 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 I would just like to take this time to thank a few of our class sponsors: Pratt Feeders, Walter Cattle Company, Adolph Red Angus, B&A Livestock Feeds, Bar E Ranch and Custom Gates, BCR Ventures, Broken Arrow Cattle Company, Cedar Ridge Cattle Company, Cross Diamond Cattle Company, D-Bar Cattle Company, D-Bur's Feed Store, Feather Bee Farms, Feds Ranch, Flat Creek Farms Red Angus, Four Corners Farms, Freedom Hills Ranch, HB Farms, the Illinois Junior Red Angus Association, JCL Red Angus, JK Red Angus, Jones Cattle Company, Joel and Pam Singray Family, Kelly Cattle Company, Kip Wallace Cattle, Kramer Angus, Lowry Red Angus, Man Ranch Cattle, ML Adolph Trucking, Montgomery Cattle Company, N3 Cattle, Overmiller Red Angus, Paul Hagen, Pladson Farms, Red Hill Farms, Rocky Hill Farms, Rogers Cattle Company, Shamrock Nook Red Angus, Shooter Family Cattle Company, Syntech Livestock, Solution Genetics, Tolbert Cattle, Tommy, Mary, and Ashby Norman and Walker Cattle Company. Thank you for your support for our classes. Wall is the exclusive clipper of NAJ RAE and the sponsor of all division champions. Each division champion will receive a brand new set of Wall clippers. Sullivan Supply is the sponsor of of our reserve champions, and each reserve champion will receive a blade pouch. And also, in addition, the NAJRAE Junior Board has donated belt buckles for each champion and reserve champion. And don't forget, tonight at 6:30, we will have our awards banquet and silent auction right here in the show ring. Please come if you can. We would also like to thank our sponsors for this week. Our platinum sponsors being Halliburton and the Tennessee Department of Ag. Our gold sponsors being Avid and Sarah and Trademark Genetics. Our silver sponsors, Hartman Cattle Company, NOV, Power Plus Genetics, and the Tennessee Cattlemen's. The Tennessee Co-op Lee Wilkerson, Taft Law, Weaver Leather, and Sullivan Supply. Our bronze sponsors being Showrite, Shady Bottom, Five Oaks, H&R Equipment, Mark Moxley, Muller Red Angus, Swamp Fox Innovations, and Edwards Feed. Thank you again to our sponsors for making this event possible. And also thank you again to Sullivan Supply for providing us with not only one, but two show t-shirts this year. This is the first year that we've ever had two. So thank you again to Sullivan Supply. All right, we're ready to get started with our Bred and Owned show. Class 1 March calves. Leading off the class will be entry number 247, Tate Lynn from Rushford, Minnesota. 248, Walter Steely from Sabree, Kentucky. 250, Brian Flock from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. And 249, Gray Bradfield from Piggott, Arkansas. Keep in mind, first and second place will also be your reserve and champion division.
A nice class of females, but I'll be honest, a tough class to sort. There's not really that one heifer that puts it all together. There's some give and take, I think, between all four of these heifer that wins the class. She's a stouter made heifer that's sure got some performance and some volume. One of the heavier structured heifers out here that still has some balance. I'd like to change her skeleton when you set her in motion. She's a little tighter in her spine than what's ideal for me. But I think in this class, she's the heifer that combines the most good things. Heifer in second, I like her neck better. I think she does go a little better in terms of her skeleton. She's one that gets a little frail in terms of her bone work as we compare her to the class winner. I think this is one in time could be pretty nice, but she's just not there yet today. Another high-performing heifer in third, one that's sure got some thickness and some growth. Gets a little plainer in terms of her balance as you read her through her chest, her length of neck, the way she handles her hip design on the move. Just not quite as nicely balanced as the two heifers ahead of her, but awfully stout and high-performing. The heifer the young man has in fourth may be designed as well as any in terms of her skeleton. I think she's the soundest structured heifer. She's beautiful fronted. She's got some shape to her rib. At this point, we just like to see a shot more performance. We're looking at heifers here 3.5, 4 months old. Just like to see a little more performance in her to get her higher. I really, really like the way she's built.
Placings in Class 1 for March calves in fourth place, 247 Tate Lynn from Rushford, Minnesota. Third place goes to number 248 Walter Steele from Sabree, Kentucky. And your division reserve champion for March calves goes to entry number 249 Gray Bradfield from Piggott, Arkansas. And your March division champion goes to entry number 250 Blaine Flock from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. In the ring now is Class 3, February calves. Two entries here, 253 Haley Johnson from Winchester, Kentucky, and 257 Addison Vowell from Forest, Mississippi. And at this time, I would like to recognize Mr. Tom Brink, the Red Angus Association CEO. Mr. Tom, will you please raise your hand? Thank you for being here.
An excellent class in our bred and owned division, and two very, very high quality females. Two heifers that have a world of volume and a lot of look and eye appeal. They're both very, very nicely presented. Heifer that wins the class, she's a little wider skeleton, stouter made female, has a shot more muscle when you get behind her. She's a little heavier structured in terms of bone. And one I think that gets out and goes. She's long enough in her stride. She's good enough for her spine. If we're to nitpick a really good heifer, maybe you just like to soften her up on that rear pastern. But a very good heifer to win the class. I like the length of body, the depth of side of the heifer in second, a very feminine kind of a female, one that's a little bit flatter when you get behind her in terms of shape. She doesn't have quite as much substance of bone, but still a lot of quality in that female. Nice pair of heifers to represent this class.
You're right. Your places for Class 3 February calves. In second place goes to entry number 253, Haley Johnson from Winchester, Kentucky. In first place, and winner of your class, entry number 257, Addison Vowell from Forest, Mississippi. Entering into the ring now is Class 4 January calves. Entry number 258, Addison Vowell from Forest, Mississippi. 259, Brooke Rickey from Whiteford, Maryland. Number 260, Owen Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma. And 261, Sini Rensler from Dawson, Illinois. And once again, a huge thank you to our photographers with Legacy Livestock for providing us with pictures throughout the week. Thank you again.
Another very nice class and a real close placing on the top end. And it's hard to look at these little heifers when they don't want to cooperate, and it makes it harder to read their structure and their balance. And that's why I gave these two a little time so we could try to get a good look at them. The heifer that wins the class, she's long-bodied. She's real stout in terms of muscle shape. She's bold in her rib. She's not as deep in the center portion of her rib, and she's very, very sound. If we were to change her, I wish she just had a shot more in terms of center body. The heifer in second, she has that center body, and I like that about her. She's not as stout when you get behind her. She's not as heavy structured. She's not as muscular. She's one that I love the rib shape that she has. Just wish that she was a little stouter in terms of muscle and bone as we compare the class winner. Maybe not as long-sided as well. Very good pair of heifers, and really would like to put the two of them together to get exactly where we want to be. A huge-bodied heifer coming in next, one that didn't want to cooperate, and so she appears a little tight in her spine and tight at the ground, and that's why she ends up third. But I like her front end. I like her big rib cage. Just like to change her spine and the way she sets her pins when she's in motion. If that one relaxes and goes, I think she'll get quite a bit tougher in this age division. Young lady at the end of the class has a very clean-made, feminine kind of a female that gets out with some stride, just simply needs more performance and needs to be farther along to compete with the other heifers in this class today.
Your classics in place 4, starting with 4th place, going to entry number 261, Sini Rensler from Dawson, Illinois. 3rd place goes to 259, Brooke Rickey from Whiteford, Maryland. Your reserve champion, class 3 and 4, Second place goes to 258, Addison Val from Forest, Mississippi. And first place goes to 260, Owen Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma. Entering the ring now is entry number 257, Addison Val from Forest, Mississippi. And 260, Owen Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma.
In our first, or I guess it'd be our second division of the Bred and Owned show. Our first division was the first class, but in our January, February calf division, we had 2 very nice classes, 4 excellent females back out here, and I think there's some give and take between the 4, but there's one that stands out to me in terms of just being a big ribbed, eye-appealing heifer that's sure got some muscle and stoutness. So I think it gets a little easier at this point, but the heifer that won the first class, tremendously big-bodied and stout, yet still very attractive. As we said in class, she's not perfect down there in terms of her pastern and hock. We might just like to see her a little more flexible. But when she gets out and goes, I think she's got some reach to her stride and a ton of quality and stoutness after that. Heifer wins the second class. I like her in terms of feet and legs. She's very sound. She gets out on a long stride. She's very flexible, really fresh in her makeup and eye appealing. She's got some muscle. If you read her, you watch her walk, you can see that muscle shape in her stifle and down her top. She's not as big-bodied as the heifer that stands directly ahead of her, and maybe not quite as even deep-sided as the heifer that's second to her in class. But outside of that, I love her skeleton and her look and the shape that she has. So I think 2 good females and 2 nice second places. I'll show you the way I like them, but congratulations to these exhibitors. A nice set of cattle in this division.
All right, your Division II reserve champion goes to entry number 256. 257, Addison Vowell from Forest, Mississippi. And your Division II champion goes to entry number 260, Owen Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma. Entering the ring now is Class 6 winner calves. Leading us off is 263, Jonah Savell from Oxford, Arkansas. 264, Brooke Rickey from Whiteford, Maryland. 265, Clint Harrington from Nowata, Oklahoma. 266, Aaron Brown from Jackson, Missouri. 267, Madison Fisher from Hempstead, Texas. 268, Mara Turner from Mahomet, Illinois. 269, Alyssa Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. 271, Jacob Bell from Friendship, Tennessee. 272, Zachary Griffith from Justin, Texas. 273, Truett Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma. And 276, Colin Walter from Elk City, Oklahoma.
Bred and Owned show. We've really gotten into the heat in these late falls and a bunch of quality in this class. I think we've got 5, 6 really good heifers and some nice females on down below that. All these heifers at the top end, I think almost every one of them has an advantage relative to the class, especially in these top 4. The heifer to me that is the most of the best is the heifer that wins the class, and she's big and bold in her rib. She's nicely balanced. She's got some shape when you get behind her, yet she's still nice looking when you get her out on the profile. I guess what holds me back on her for just a minute is she is a little open in her blades. Like to change that about her, especially as we compare it to the 2 heifers directly behind her. But outside of that, I think a very complete heifer to win the class. Love the structure on the heifer in second. Really good feet and legs. Gets around the ring extremely well. A little more moderate, a little shorter through her neck and her body relative to the heifers on either side of her, but just very complete. If we could extend her front end out a little bit, raise her pins and level or lengthen her hip just a little bit, she would be the best one, but that's what holds her back in this class today. The one in third, I could definitely eat my words on this one in 6 months because she is the neatest looking heifer in terms of femininity and profile. She's one that just wows you when you get her out on the side view. I love her head, neck, and shoulder. Relative to her condition, I think she's good in terms of her rib shape, one of the leaner heifers in the class, and I like that about her. Today, she wants to act up, and it's a little harder to read her in terms of her spine and hip, but she's good at the ground. Maybe you could open her up in her chest floor just a little bit, but I think that one in time, when she relaxes and gets a little farther down the road, will be very, very tough. A real big, stout, high-performing heifer that comes in fourth. She's obviously the most volume, the most power in the class. She's one that doesn't handle her feet and legs quite as nicely as the 3 heifers ahead of her. She's a little shorter in terms of her stride. She gets outside of herself just a little bit, and she's got a shot more shoulder than the 3 heifers ahead of her. But you have to like the stoutness and the volume that she has. Just wish she went out a little freer in terms of length of stride. Young man has a nice heifer here in fifth, and one that held in there right to the end. She's feminine fronted. She's bold ribbed. She's pretty sound. She gets a little more opened up in her shoulder and is not quite as attractive through that part of her body. Maybe once in a while we'll get up on her pastern, but that's a very, very good heifer in a real tough class. Young lady coming next with the yellow heifer, tremendously big volume, long-sided heifer. If we could change her spine, maybe make her head a shot more feminine, that one would sure run in this class. Young man coming back next, a moderate framed heifer that's sure got some stuff to her and easy doing. She's a little more restricted in a movement, a little shorter in her side, just like to lengthen her out. Young man coming out next has a nice female with some body. I like the frame size on this heifer. One that just gets up in her spine and drops her pins a little bit in motion, just not as attractive in that way. Big-bodied heifer coming next that just wants to be a little more restricted in her movement. And then we have 2 nice females that could just use a shot more performance relative to this class.
All right, places in Class 6 winner calves, starting with 11th, going to entry number 263, Jonah Savell from Oxford, Arkansas. In 10th place, 266, Aaron Brown from Jackson, Missouri. 9th place, going to number 264, Brooke Rickey from Whiteford, Maryland. 8th place, 265, Clint Harrington, Nowata, Oklahoma. 7th place goes to 271, Jacob Bell from Friendship, Tennessee. 6th place goes to 268, Mara Turner from Mahomet, Illinois. 5th place goes to 272, Zachary Griffith from Justin, Texas. 4th, 276, Colin Walter from Elk City, Oklahoma. 3rd place goes to 269, Alyssa Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. 2nd place goes to 267, Madison Fisher from Hempstead, Texas. And 1st place and winner of your class goes to entry number 273, Truett Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma. In the ring now is Class 7 senior calves. With entry number 277, Peyton Andrus from Manchester, Illinois. 278, Colby Sweeney from Perkins, Oklahoma. 279, Jacob Presno from Shelby, North Carolina. 280, Reba Prather from Nancy, Kentucky. 281, Madeline Ethington from Danville, Kentucky. 285, Andrew Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. 286, Paige Van Dyke from Louisville, Illinois. 287, Reba Prather from Nancy, Kentucky. 288, Fred Rensler from Dawson, Illinois. 290, Brett Sarton from Stratford, Missouri. And 292, Shannon Jenkins from Lebanon, Missouri. This is Class 7 Senior Calves. And while your Class 7 winners are being selected, allow me to reintroduce Judge Dave Allen. With more than 35 years of experience under his belt, Allen exemplifies the ideal qualities you would find in a stock show university professor. Allen has raised and shown numerous champions throughout the years. Not only is he a prime example of a stock show university professor, but he is also an accomplished evaluator. Allen has judged every major stock show in the country and several in Canada. For Dave and his wife Becky, showing livestock will continue to be a family affair with their 3 sons, Tyler, Mason, and Landry. Allen also represents Purina as an honor show chow ambassador. Thank you for joining us this morning, Judge Dave Allen.
Oh boy, just another outstanding class. And we're again 4, 5, 6 deep, really good females. But I really appreciate these top two. These heifers are in the right condition. They're sound, feminine females that are adequate in their rib and their stoutness. I think the heifer that wins the class is a little bit better in terms of her spine. She's got a little more depth in the center part of her body. She's not quite as long, and she probably doesn't have quite as much muscle shape as the heifer in second. But just a very complete, sound-structured, fresh female. I think one that has a world of future ahead of her. I like the length of body in the heifer in second. I like the fact that she's probably got a shot more muscle. The young man does a really good job of presenting this female out here. She's big bone and she's good-footed. She's one that gets up in her spine ever so slightly when she's in motion, but a lot of quality in that female. A great pair of heifers represent the class. Third and fourth are similar females. Real easy doing, stout-made kind of heifers that are big-ribbed and they've got some natural thickness and substance of bone. The heifer in third for me gets a little plainer in her front third. She's not as feminine in terms of her head, neck, and shoulder as we compare to the two heifers. She gets a little high in her tail head as well. The heifer in fourth, boy, I think if you could take some condition off this female, she would be very, very competitive in this class. I like her rib shape. I like her structure. She gets a little plainer through her front end, and she maybe wants to get outside of her front end a little bit because of the condition she has. A lot of quality in that heifer, just like to lean her up to help her out in terms of her future. A nice fresh heifer coming out next, one that I like her balance from the side view. Maybe like to open her up and see her a little bolder in terms of her rib cage. Wants to drop her loin and get her tail head on the move just a little bit as well. A big high performance heifer with a long neck coming next, just like to change her spine when we set her in motion. She gets a little tighter forerib, rolls up in her loin a little bit when we set her in motion, but she's long and deep and feminine, just like to change that skeleton. The heifer directly behind her, a lot of performance, another one that gets a little tighter in her spine, a little tighter in her forerib, but still good quality cattle. The young man does a great job of showing the heifer coming out next. She's moderate framed and she's eye appealing. She needs more performance and more rib shape to be more competitive in this class. When we come on down the line, we've got three good useful heifers, maybe give up some balance or structure or stoutness compared to the heifers ahead of them in class today, but overall a nice class of females. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. In Class 7, our class winner goes to Colby Sweeney of Perkins, Oklahoma. Second goes to Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Third to Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky. Fourth to Madeline Ethington from Danville, Kentucky. Fifth to Jacob Presnell from Shelby, North Carolina. Sixth to Paige Van Dyke from Louisville, Illinois. Seventh to Miss Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky. Eighth to Peyton Andrus from Manchester, Illinois. Ninth to Brett Sarton of Stratford, Missouri. 10th to Shannon Jenkins of Lebanon, Missouri. And 11th to Fred Rentschler from Dawson, Illinois. If you're following along in the programs, the placings are 8, 1, 5, 3, 4, 2, 6, 7, 11, 9, and 10. Now in the ring is your division championship.
Well, in this fall calf division of our bred and owned show, we sure got into some quality females way down into the classes. And I think the four we have out here, you can justify them for different reasons in different ways. They're all four good heifers. They've all got pluses and minuses relative to this tribe. But I'm really proud of the four that we have out here. Heifer that won the first class, she's obviously the stout-made one. She's big and bold ribbed. She's got some bone and some muscle shape when you get behind her. She balances up pretty nicely when you get out on the profile. As you compare it to a couple others, she's probably got a little more shoulder, and she's probably a nickel farther along than some, but I don't think she's too far along in terms of condition. The biggest thing is in a powerful, good-looking heifer, maybe we'd like to smooth out her shoulder just a little bit as we compare her to some of the other heifers out here. The young man that won the second class, very attractive, fresh, sound structured kind of a female that has tremendous depth of body and rib shape relative to her condition. I think a tremendous future in that one. I love her neck and head. Just has future written all over. Still a lot of quality in her. She's not as muscular and opened up as the heifer that won the class directly ahead of her, but she's smoother shouldered and a shot more feminine. So I think it gets very, very close. And then we have a second place from the first class that's really good in terms of feet and legs. She's adequate in terms of rib and muscle. Maybe not as pretty in terms of her neck and head as a couple of the others out here, but still that's a very complete, good structured kind of a female. And then the second in our second class is a long-bodied, really good-looking heifer that's good at the ground. She's big bone and big-footed. She's got some muscle shape, maybe not as soft in her middle body as some, maybe just like to change her spine a scotch. But four really good heifers. I'm going to take a quick look and show you the two I like, but congratulations to these exhibitors. A great set of cattle in this division.
And congratulations to our division champion, Mr. Colby Sweeney. Coming in for contention will be Mr. Andrew Meyer. And your reserve Division II champion female goes to Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Next in the ring, we have a single entry for our Class 9 late summer yearlings.
A young man, a single entry in this class. Sure got a good female, one that has a nice look to her in terms of her profile. She's very nicely presented. She's really big and bold and opened up in terms of her rib cage. She's got some width and muscularity, and you get behind her. For the nitpicker, we'd maybe like to see more angulation to her shoulder, see her reach just a little better off both ends of her skeleton. But a nice female young man has done a very good job with her.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations goes to Cass Kleeman of Bramer, Missouri on Class 9 first place. Next in the ring, we will have our Class 10 summer yearlings. We have entries from Morley Griffith, Zachary Griffith, Brooke Caltu, Tar Tut, and Annie Meyer. We'd like to take this time to recognize Wall as our exclusive clipper of the NAJRAE. They are our sponsor of every division champion. Each junior who wins a division over the next 2 days will receive a clippers from Wall. We'd also like to thank Sullivan Supply for being the sponsor of the reserve champion, as they will be receiving a blade pouch from Sullivan Supply.
Nice class of summer yearlings, and I think all three of these heifers on the top end are good. They all have advantages relative to the class, but the heifer that wins the class, I think she's just pretty hard to get past. Just big volume, nice balance kind of a female, long hipped, yet you get behind her, she's got some width and some shape. She handles it pretty well in terms of her feet and legs when we set her in motion. You know, if we were to change her, maybe like to freshen her up in her chest just a little bit. But that's just a powerful heifer with a lot of look, and I think she's good enough in terms of her structure when she goes. Young man in second, heifer has some interesting parts about her. She's tremendously shapy in terms of her muscle. She's really neat and clean, and I like the way her neck comes high over her shoulder. She's beautifully presented. She's bold in her rib. Maybe could just be a little softer or deeper in the center of her rib, but the biggest reason that she falls to second is her hip. I'd just like to raise her pin bones a shot relative to the heifers on either side of her. I think if we could do that, it would get very, very close. Young lady in second, I like the skeleton of her heifer in terms of down at the ground. She gets out and reaches, and she's very sound. She's very fresh, and I think that's her advantage out here relative to the two ahead of her. But with that, I'd like to open her up a little bit. She's a little narrow in terms of her skeleton, a little flatter in her rib. I think if we could just widen her out just a bit in terms of her bait and her skeleton, she would be really, really good. But I do appreciate the soundness and the freshness that she has. Two nice females here at the end of the class. The young man does a great job of presenting this one on the profile. She's nice balanced. She's one that it gets a little shorter sided, a little shorter fronted compared to some of those ahead of her, but she's stout, nicely presented. Big bodied, easy doing heifer at the end of the class. Just like to clean her up, maybe change her a shot in terms of her structure and loosen her up in her movement.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 10 winner, Annie Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Second went to Tar Tut from Faribault, Minnesota. Third to Morley Griffith from Shawnee, Oklahoma. Fourth, Zachary Griffith from Justin, Texas. And fifth to Brooke Caltou, Winona, Minnesota. In the ring now, we have our Division III champion lineup. Besides receiving a clippers from Wall, along with a blade pocket protector, a blade pouch for the reserve champions, each division champion in reserve will be receiving a buckle as a gift from the NAJRAE board.
In this division of summer yearlings, we had a young man brought in a nice single entry in the first class. As we said, really nicely presented and nicely shown. A good fronted, clean maned heifer. Sure got enough rib and muscle. Looks beautiful when we get her out on the profile. We set her in motion. Maybe doesn't reach as well off both ends of her skeleton as the two other heifers out here. But a lot of quality in that female, and my hat's off to him. He's put his work in, and she looks good, and he does a great job when he's got her out here in the ring. The heifer's from the second class, and it was a bigger class and a lot of quality out there. We have our class winner that just overpowered for her volume and mass. She's got bone and foot and rib. She's long hipped. She's long fronted. She's very attractive when you get her out on the profile. As we said in class, if you were to nitpick them, none of them are perfect. Maybe like to lean up her chest floor just a little bit, but a lot of volume and a lot of quality in that female. And the young man that was second has a neat-necked heifer that's extremely shapy in terms of muscle, very bold in her rib cage, one that we'd like to raise her pin set just a little bit. But I think it's hard to deny the two heifers from the second class, a lot of quality in that class, two really good females. They'll be the grand and reserve in this division.
Congratulations goes to Annie Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. She will be receiving a Wall Clippers. And your reserve champion will go to Mr. Tar Tut. Congratulations, you two. Now in a ring is our Class 12 April Spring Yearlings. We have entries from Gunnar Giffey, Ashlyn Russell, Andrew Meyer, Cade Sweeney, Natalie Evans, and Tucker Byer.
Boy, just an awesome pair of females in this class. And I mean, honestly, you can go either way because they both have advantages relative to the class, and they both have a ton of quality. The heifer that wins, it's easy to see that she's the big volume, big rigged heifer. She's get behind her and she's wider and has more shape than you think. Really long and nice in terms of her hip. Beautiful the way her neck comes high out of her shoulder. I like the way her shoulder blends into her. She's one, as you watch her walk, she covers her track at the ground. If I were to nitpick her and change her, I'd like to see her flex just a little bit better down in her pasture. And she doesn't knuckle over or anything like that. But if I could change her, I'd like to just see her a little better there at the ground in terms of her pasturing. But a tremendously powerful, really good female. The heifer in second, that's where her advantage is. She's better in terms of the way she handles her hind leg, and I would give in that to anyone all day long. That heifer is sound, she is fresh, she is beautifully balanced, a ton of quality in that female. She obviously gives up some volume and performance to the heifer that wins the class, but that's a very, very good heifer with a lot of good things about her, and I really like her in terms of her structure. The young man in third has a good heifer. He just ran into one of the toughest classes of the day. His heifer's sound, she's pretty complete. She gives up some performance and length of body to the two heifers ahead of her. She's not maybe quite as wide and opened up as they are, but that heifer's still good in her body shape, level in her hip, clean in her throat, and in the right condition today. We come on down the line, a long-bodied, eye-appealing heifer, one that gets a little frail, a little tighter off her hind leg as we compare to those ahead of her, doesn't open up with quite as much body as well. And then we have two heifers they're more moderate in their kind. I think they're all right in terms of their condition. They get a little plainer in terms of shorter fronted, maybe a little off in their hip, just don't handle their feet and legs quite as nicely as some, but an excellent class and a great pair of heifers on the front end.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 12 winner, Mr. Tucker Beyer from Ringgold, Wisconsin. Second goes to Andrew Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Third to Cade Swinney from Perkins, Oklahoma. Fourth to Natalie Evans of Jacksonville, Illinois. Fifth to Gunnar Giffey from Sparta, Tennessee. And sixth to Ashlyn Russell from New Cambria, Missouri. Now entering the ring is our March Spring yearlings. Class 13, we have entries from Will Banks, Blaine Flock, Emma Aronson, Peyton Nagel, Addison Green Russell, Hayden Stubbs, and Jack Bjorklund. As many of you know, it takes a lot of volunteers and a lot of hard work to make this show happen, and right now I'd like to thank those ringmen that are in the ring helping keep these cattle moving around. We are very fortunate to be able to be called the National Junior Red Angus Show this year, and with that, we are also fortunate to have representatives from the Red Angus Junior Board. In the ring currently, we have Tiffany Watkins, Andrea Rutledge, and Isaac Berg helping us. We also have from the NAJRAE board, Mr. Brock Montgomery, and a candidate, Ryan Haglin, as well as our princess contestant, Miss Grace Aronson. These kids put on a lot of miles over this week, and they really are wearing the bottoms of their shoes out in the last 2 days. So let's give those helpers a round of applause, please.
Another strong class, and I really like these top 3 heifers we have out here. The heifer that wins is just a whale of a performance female. She's long, extremely bold in terms of her rib cage. You get behind her, she has tremendous shape to her rib. She's got some depth to her quarter. Very nice profiling female that's good in her lines, beautifully presented. She's probably not the swoopiest bellied or the deepest in her rear rib that we've seen all day, but there's a lot there. And I like the fact that you get behind her and she's really bold and opened up. Her rib comes out of her spine the right way. Maybe gets just a little straight in that shoulder. I would like to change that about her, but a good female, very powerful with a lot of quality. The young lady in second, probably in terms of feet and legs, has probably the best heifer in the class. I love that heifer when she walks, the way she sets her feet and legs down, the way she handles her spine. She's a big-ribbed, easy-doing heifer. She's not as attractive of the heifers on either side of her as you read her through her front end, but that's a functional kind of a female that still has enough look to be up here in the heat of this class. The young lady's heifer in third, and I'd grant to anyone, she has a little more look and eye appeal than the one directly ahead of her, especially through her front end. She's one that's very, very attractive. She gets a bit more frail in terms of her bone work, but the biggest reason she's third, I'd like to change her hock and the way her leg goes down to the ground. Just not quite as sound as the 2 heifers ahead of her in terms of that regard, but beautifully balanced, nicely presented, and nicely shown. Stout-made muscular heifer in the dark red female. One, the young lady does a great job when she puts her out on the profile. Really shows you a nice look. We set her in motion. She doesn't travel quite as free and easy as a few of the others out here. Maybe like to lean her up and drop the center portion of her rib. Big-bodied, long-strided heifer coming next. Just kind of comes in pieces. She gets a little open her shoulder. She's a little heavy in her condition, but boy is she big and bold in terms of her rib cage. An eye-appealing heifer coming next. The young man does a great job of with her on the profile. Just like to see a little more of her. Just like to lengthen her out, drop that rib cage a little bit, but a nice looking heifer on the profile. And then we've got a heifer that's a shot longer at the end of the class, just like to change her skeleton and the way she handles her feet and legs on the move.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 13 winner, Jack Bjorklund from Henning, Minnesota. Second in class was to Addison Green Russell from Downs, Kansas. Third goes to Hayden Stubbs from Wallace, Kansas. Fourth to Emma Aronson from Sioux Rapids, Iowa. Fifth to Blaine Flock from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Sixth to Will Banks of Cynthiana, Kentucky. And seventh to Peyton Nagel from Alhambra, Illinois. Now in the ring are our Class 14 or Division 4 champion. From our first class, we have Tucker Beyer and Andrew Meyer. And from our second class, we have Jack Bjorklund and Addison Green Russell.
No, congratulations, the exhibitors. You get in this spring yearling division, and you know it's going to be good, and it was. The classes were deep with a lot of quality, and I think we ended up with 4 excellent heifers out here. The heifer that won the first class, she is the big volume female of the group. She's deep, and she's bold, and she's long. I love her length of hip. I like the way her neck comes high out of her shoulder. Just a big volume female that still holds herself together extremely well. For the nitpicker relative to 1 or 2 others, I'd just like to see her a little softer in that pastern, but that's a high quality heifer to win that class. The heifer from class 2 is extremely long, and even though she's not quite as deep in her center body, she's really bold in her rib cage when you get in behind her, and she's got some muscle as well. Nice from the side, as we said, maybe could use just a shot of rear rib and flank. But the biggest thing, if we were to change her, is change the slope of her shoulder. She gets a little straight and angulation of her shoulder, and hence she wants to lean forward just a little bit on that front end. But again, we're nitpicking a really high quality one. And then we have two good second place females. Heifer that was second in the first class. I love her structure. That heifer can really get around the ring. She can walk with her head up with a level spine. Very, very complete in her makeup. Not quite as ultra broody maybe as one or two out here, but very complete and really good in terms of her structure. And then we have a nice heifer that was second in our second class. Really sound, big-bodied. Gives up a little look and freshness to a couple of the others, but still a high-quality female. So I'll show you the two I like best, but congratulations, a great set of cattle in this division.
Congratulations to our Division 4 champion, Tucker Beyer from Ringgold, Wisconsin. And your Division 4 Reserve Champion female goes to Andrew Meyer. Congratulations, juniors. Just so everybody knows, we will take a picture break after the selection of the champion bred and owned female. We will take a 10 to 15 minute break after the selection of your champion bred and owned female.
With us today, sorting our stock, is Mr. Dave Allen. Dave has an animal science degree from Texas A&M University, where he was also on the livestock judging team. He completed his graduate work at Michigan State University, where he was also a livestock judging coach. He's managed a large purebred operation and a large stocker operation before starting Bar A Cattle Company out of Texas. Additionally, Dave started the semen distribution company called Gene Source in 2012. He's judged many shows across the United States, Canada, and Mexico since 1995. He currently lives in Nacona, Texas with his wife Becky and their 3 sons, Tyler, Mason, and Landry. If we can give Mr. Dave Allen a round of applause.
Boy, another really strong class. I like these 3 heifers on the front end extremely well. The heifer that comes to the top of the class is just so maternal in her look, just feminine through her front third, big and bold in her rib. I love her udder in terms of her teeth size and the way they're spaced out and the folds in her udder. I think just a maternal look, but tremendously broody on top of that. If we're at a nitpick her, maybe she comes just a little narrow to her pins, but a big, broody heifer with a lot of look, very, very maternal in her makeup. The heifer in second is beautiful in terms of the profile. She's a feminine heifer. She's got some rib cage. She's really good down her top line when you get her out on the profile. Really shows you a nice look. Doesn't handle her hind leg quite as nicely as the heifers on either side of her, and that's what I'd like to change, but a ton of quality in that female, and I think a really, really good one as well. I think the best structured heifer is the female in third if you talk about feet and legs and spine and the way she gets around the ring. With that, she's got some extra foot and bone. She's beautifully presented. If we could just put a shot more rib cage in that female. She cuts a little up to her flank. If we could just drop that rib cage and open her up a little bit. I love her skeleton. I love her balance, and the young man has her very nicely presented. A good heifer coming out next, and one that I moved up a hole, big-ribbed and stout, maybe to her detriment as she gets a little high and tight in her top line. I think she's good at the ground and covers her track. Just like to change her spine, especially when we set her in motion. Young man coming next has a pretty good kind of a female, long-bodied heifer with some look and eye appeal. Gets a little frail in terms of her bone work, maybe doesn't handle her hind leg quite as nicely as the heifer directly ahead of her, but she's good in her line, she's deep in her body, just like to stouten her up a little bit. Come down the line, the next young man, he's got a heifer that's very useful in her skeleton. I like the way she travels on her feet and legs. He's got her in the right condition. She just gives up some performance in this class. She's not quite as powerful and not quite as eye-appealing, but the heifer is functionally good and useful in her kind. A stout female coming next. We just like to see her easier moving, especially off of her hind leg. And then an easy-doing heifer that's moderate at the end of the class. Just like to see a little more look and eye appeal in her. But good class of females, and I think 3 really high-quality females on the front end.
Thank you, Dave. Entering the ring will be your January Junior Yearlings class. Entry 332, Jensen Van Dyke. Entry 333, Hannah Taylor of Tennyson, Indiana. Entry 334, Brooke Rickey of Whiteford, Missouri. Entry 335, Zachary Griffith of Justin, Texas. 336, Perry Andrus of Manchester, Illinois. And entry 337, Craig Holloman of Hanson, Kentucky. For your Class 15 February Junior Yearlings that just exited the ring, your 8th place animal was entry 327, Clay Miller of Forest, Illinois. Your 7th place animal was Nikki Adolph of Mount Carroll, Illinois. Your 6th place animal was 328, Walter Steely of Seabury, Kentucky. Your 5th place animal was entry 326, Carter Batterson of Bloomfield, Iowa. Your 4th place animal was entry 331, Callie Stubbs of Wallace, Kansas. Your 3rd place entry was Grady Giffey of Sparta, Tennessee. Your 2nd place was 323, Jens Lind of Rushford, Minnesota, and your 1st place animal for for Class 15 was entry 324, Mara Turner of Mahomet, Illinois.
Tonight at 6:30, we will be having our awards banquet and our silent auction in the show ring. If you have not been up to the Q barn to see all of these silent auction items, I encourage you to go up there today. The Q barn is located at the far end, basically opposite of the show ring. It's where all of the photo contest photos are posted, as well as the arts and crafts that these exhibitors did for their contests, and the silent auction items. And there's some pretty neat items up there, so be sure to go up to the Q barn and take a look at those today.
A nice class, but to me, a pretty easy class winner. Heifer that just has a lot of advantages relative to the class. She's the nicest balanced heifer. She's the soundest structured heifer. She's the biggest bodied heifer. Just a heifer that has a lot of advantages out here and puts it together quite nicely. You know, if you're at a nitpicker, she's probably got enough condition on her, but we're getting to an age where it's hard to hold any more off them than that. But there's a tremendous quality and balance and soundness in that heifer. Stout made heifer in second, one that's long-bodied and big-boned and big-footed. She's got some muscle. She doesn't have the rib cage that we have in the first place heifer. She's not as feminine up through her front end. And I think she's a sound-made heifer, but she doesn't have the extreme length of stride as the first place heifer as well, but really stout and good-looking in her kind. The heifer in third, the young lady has, is moderate and really neat on the profile. When she gets her out on the profile, that heifer's neck comes high out of her shoulder. She's bold ribbed. She's good in her lines. We set her in motion. She gets a little more restricted. She doesn't want to reach off both ends quite as nicely as the heifers ahead of her, and she gives up some performance as well. We come on down the line. The young man has a big-bodied heifer, sure got some rib cage, one that gets a little straight on her front end, gets a little deeper and fuller down in her chest floor, so she's not quite as attractive on the profile, but it's still an easy-duty, big-bodied kind of a female. Heifer coming next, another easy-doing kind of a heifer, maybe to her detriment. She's got a little more on her than she needs, one that we'd sure like to change the design of her hip a little bit as well. And we have a long-bodied heifer at the end of the class, just kind of breaks up into pieces and doesn't balance quite as nicely in terms of her shoulder and her hip and her flank. But a good class of females, really a good heifer to win.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 16 winner, Miss Hannah Taylor from Tennyson, Indiana. Second place goes to Zachary Griffith from Justin, Texas. Third to Brooke Rickey from Whiteford, Missouri. Fourth to Jensen Van Dyke of Wallace, Kansas. Fifth to Perry Andrus of Manchester, Illinois. And sixth to Craig Holloman from Hanson, Kentucky. Next in the ring will be our Division 5 championship. The winner from this division will receive a clipper from Wall Clippers, along with a belt buckle that's donated from the NAJRAE Junior Board.
I think we're in our junior yearling division, and really, again, some quality. Got 4 excellent heifers out here. To me, there's 3 in contention for the 2 spots because it's a really good division. The heifer that won the first class, as we said, I like her maternal look. I like the fact that she's feminine, the way she goes, her neck all the way up through her head and her face, very feminine in her makeup, beautiful in terms of the shape of her rib when you get behind her and from the side. Really long in her hip, and I like that about her, a female that's sound and built right off her front end. She travels just fine when we get her in motion. She's not the stoutest in terms of bone and muscle, but I would say she's far from frail and light muscled. So I think just a high-quality female with a neat look in terms of her profile. The heifer that won the second class, she's probably a little stouter, especially you get behind her down into her stifle. She's got some shape. She's big ribbed. She's one that travels very nicely as we send her around the ring. Good in terms of foot and bone. A good looking kind of a female on the profile. Man, as we said, she just loses a little freshness down into her chest, but still that's nitpicking. None of them are perfect, but a lot of quality and good in that female. And I think we got some good heifers in the second place lineup as well. I'll show you the way I like them, but congratulations to these exhibitors in our Bred and Owned show, another great division of cattle.
Congratulations to our Division 5 champion, Miss Mara Turner from Mahoma, Illinois. Coming up in contention will be Jens Lynn. And congratulations goes to Hannah Taylor of Tennyson, Indiana for being your reserve Division 5 champion bred and owned female. Hannah will be going home with a blade pouch donated by Sullivan Supply along with a belt buckle from the NHRAE Junior Board. Next in the ring will be our winter senior yearlings, class 18. Exhibitors include Chase Wood, Colin Batterson, and Chloe Toller.
Three nice females, maybe some give and take in terms of, oh, this one's, that one's third. There's three nice females. They all have advantages and disadvantages to the class. Maybe not just that one that sticks right out at you. The big volume stout maid female is the one that wins the class. Young man does an excellent job in terms of showing her. She gets a little coarser maybe in her front 1/3, and I'd like to change that about her. But I think she's overpowering with her rib muscle and bone. Maybe like to refine her udder just a little bit too. An eye-appealing heifer in second with some length of body that's fresh and feminine, nice design to her udder, gets a little bit tighter in her spine, just doesn't have as much center body as our class winner. And then a heifer at the end of the class that's really attractive, very fresh in her makeup, and one that's going to have a nice udder. I wish she just went a little freer, especially off of her hind leg as we set her in motion. Maybe just like to see a shot more body in that heifer as well. But nice class of females, some give and take between the three.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to Chase Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma, for being our Class 18 winner. Second goes to Colin Batterson from Bloomfield, Iowa. And third goes to Chloe Toller of Perkins, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 19, our fall senior yearlings. We have entries from Hayden Clark, Peyton Andrus, and Kristen Massengill. At this time, I'd like to take a minute to recognize some of our sponsors. Halliburton was gracious enough to be a facility sponsor for us this year. And as far as our ground sponsor, the Tennessee Department of Ag, we were able to receive a grant for $15,000 from them. And our gold sponsors sponsored anywhere from $5,000 to $7,500, and that goes out to Avid, the Southeast Red Angus Association, and Trademark Genetics.
Another solid class of senior yearlings, but I think a heifer that wins the class pretty easy. She's a high-volume, stoutest-made heifer. She's a heifer that's got a real nice udder development, nice teat size, one that gets out and moves extremely well for a heifer this age and as far along as she is in terms of her pregnancy. For the nitpicker, maybe head, neck, and shoulder, we could just refine her a little bit, make her a little prettier in that front third. But I love the body and the soundness and the functionality about her, the fact that she's that far along in terms of her pregnancy. Heifer in second is sound, and I think she has a rib advantage over the heifer behind her. She's one I wish she was a little farther along in terms of her pregnancy and showing just a little bit more, but sound and functional in her kind, and has more rib cage than the heifer in third. The heifer in third is really pretty up to her front end, maybe to her detriment. She just needs to be a little looser hided and softer middle. I like the fact that she's heavy bred, just like to see a little more volume in that female.
Thank you, Judge. And congratulations goes to Peyton Andrus of Manchester, Illinois for his Class 19 winner. And second place goes to Hayden Clark of Slaughters, Kentucky. Third place goes to Kristen Massengill of Hamilton, Texas. Next in the ring, we will have our division champion lineup.
In our senior yearling division, not as many numbers, but some nice females. I think two good solid heifers to represent these two classes, both powerful made females that are stouter than average. They've got some muscle, some foot and bone. They're big in their rib cage. I think the heifer that won the first class, she is probably the stoutest of the whole division in terms of muscle, bone, and foot, but she's one we'd maybe like to change her a bit in her front third, just see her a shot more feminine, a little fresher about her makeup, but a good, powerful female to win the class. The heifer from the second class, a nice combination of soundness with some body and muscle, still shows you a nice look. As we said, we could refine her or freshen her up a little bit in her front end, but I think she still has an advantage in that regard when we get out here in this drive. And I think what really sells it for me is her udder development and her teat shape. She'll be the champion in this division. The heifer that won the first class will be reserved.
And congratulations to Peyton Andrus of Manchester, Illinois for your division champion. And reserve division champion goes to Chase Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Next in the ring, we will have Class 21, a single entry of 2-year-old cow with calf.
single entry in this class, but a young pair, they could definitely stand a lot of competition. It's easy to see that there's a lot of quality in this young cow, a beautifully fronted, big-bodied female that's beautifully designed in her hip and hind leg. She's sure got some muscle shape when you get behind her. Really nice udder design on this female, an excellent female to represent this class. She's got a March heifer calf at her side, and from what we can read, she's feeding that calf pretty well. Maybe not as neat in terms of the way that calf's designed in terms of her compared to her mother, but still a high-quality calf, and the cow's sure getting the job done. So hats off to this young lady for bringing this nice pair out here.
And congratulations goes to Hannah Taylor of Tennyson, Indiana for your Class 21 winner. Next in the ring will be Class 22, mature cow with calf. We have 2 entries with Owen Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma, and Jacob Bell from Friendship, Tennessee. Just a quick reminder, following the selection of our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion bred and owned female, we will be taking a short 10 to 15 minute photo break.
In this cow-calf class, 2 really good females, very productive females, obviously. Young man's cow that wins the class, a 3-year-old. We've got a 5-year-old in second. But just a feminine female with a beautiful udder. I really like that about her. You can see it through her front end. You can see it in her teat design. Really level udder, doing a great job with an extremely high-quality heifer calf at her side. Maybe not the stoutest female that's come through the ring, but she's producing, she's feeding that calf, and she has a real nice look about her, and she's good in her structure as well. I really like the volume and the stoutness of this 5-year-old cow. I mean, there's a lot of female there, long, big-hipped kind of a female, not quite as attractive, but she's also 5 years old, so she's going to lose a little bit of that look. But the biggest reason she's second, we just like to refine her teats, maybe change her udder attachment just a little bit as we compare to the female ahead of her, but doing a great job with 2 big stout bull calves. A very tremendous class, very impressive in terms of the quality of these 2 females and their progeny.
And congratulations goes to Owen Toller of Perkins, Oklahoma for your Class 22 winner. And second class goes to Jacob Bell of Friendship, Tennessee. Next in the ring will be our final division for the Bred and Owned Female Show. We have Class 23 Division Champion Cow-Calf Pair.
In the cow-calf division here in the Bred and Owned Female Show, three excellent pairs to represent. We've got a young first calf heifer here. One that in terms of the cow, if you want to paint a picture of one is what you'd like them to look like, she gets pretty close. The kind of neck and shoulder she has, the rib cage she has, the width and shape that she has when you get behind her. And yet she's one that gets around the ring pretty well. She's sound on her feet and legs, pretty nice in her udder design. Just an excellent female to represent that class. Got a nice heifer calf at her side. Maybe doesn't wow you as much as the cow, but still a good quality calf, and she's getting the job done, getting that heifer calf fed. A 3-year-old female right behind her, and one that I really like the udder design on this cow. There's some longevity in that udder. She's a feminine, sound structured kind of a female. Another one that's long in her hip and built right. Maybe doesn't have that big volume in her that we have in the female directly ahead of her, but she's a good, hard-working one that's good looking, and she's got a real nice calf at her side. So I think two really worthy pairs, and a good second-place cow with a world of volume and stoutness, doing a good job with twin bull calves, which is hard to do. As we said about her in class, maybe we'd like to refine her teats, but three really good females to represent this cow-calf division.
And congratulations to our champion cow-calf pair, Miss Hannah Taylor. And reserve champion goes to Owen Toller. Now in the ring are your division champion and reserves. Coming in for the selection of the champion and reserve Bred and Owned female. From Division 1, we have entry 260, Owen Toller. The reserve in Division 1 goes to 257, Miss Addison Vowell. Division 2 champion female was entry 278, exhibited by Colby Sweeney. Reserve in Division 2 goes to entry 285, Andrew Meyer. Okay, now that we have some papers corrected, our Division 1 champion goes to Blaine Flock from Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Division 1 reserve was Gray Bradfield. Division 2 champion female is exhibited by Owen Toller. Your Division 2 reserve champion female was exhibited by Addison Vowell. Coming out of Division 3 was entry 278, Colby Sweeney. Reserve division went to 285, Andrew Meyer. Division 4 champion female was entry 305, exhibited by Annie Meyer, and your reserve division champion was entry 303, exhibited by Tar Tut. Division 5 champion female was entry 313, exhibited by Tucker Beyer, and our reserve division was entry 309, exhibited by Andrew Meyer. Division 6 champion female went to entry 324, Mara Turner, and your reserve division female went to entry 333, Hannah Taylor. Division 7 champion female went to entry 343, Peyton Andrus, and your reserve division champion went to entry 340, Chase Wood. And our final division champion went to entry 345, Hannah Taylor. Your reserve division champion went to entry 346, Owen Toller. Let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause for doing a great job today in this Bred and Owned show.
Before we pick the champion in the Bred and Owned show, let's congratulate all the young people that participated today in the Bred and Owns. It was a tremendous show all the way through. It's amazing that these young people, them and their families, what they've put together and raised and brought back out here, and how competitive it is. Extremely tough show with a lot of quality all the way through the classes. You get back out here. I'm very pleased with the cattle. They're similar in type and kind. Good ones all the way through, some little things better than others, but overall a great set of cattle. And I think Bred and Owned's a very important division, and I'm glad that you have such a good show and support it the way you do. When we get back down to it, I'm not going to talk all these divisions. We've talked all these cattle several times, but I think they're similar in terms of their type and kind. They're big-bodied heifers that are sound and have a good look to them. They're adequate in terms of their substance and bone and their muscle. We try to make them as sound as we can when cattle that will get out and travel, but I think we need some performance and some rib and some look and some stoutness as well. So I think it's the combination that makes them really, really good, and I think this is a great set that we have back out here. We've got more cattle to show today, so I'll keep it moving, and we'll go pick two in the Bred and Owned division, but congratulations to these young folks on an amazing set of cattle that they brought out here.
And your grand champion, Bred and Owned female for the 2021 National Junior Red Angus Show goes to Tucker Beyer.
Hey, Isaac, grab that so it's not in his feet.
And congratulations goes to Andrew Meyer, entry 309 on his reserve grand champion bred and owned female. And your third overall heifer was Miss Hannah Taylor with her cow-calf pair from Tennyson, Indiana. Congratulations. And your fourth overall honorable mention goes to entry 305, Annie Meyer. And fifth overall goes to Mr. Colby Sweeney, entry 278. Congratulations to all of our champion and reserves in the Bred and Owned show. We will now be taking a short 10 to 15 minute break before we start our next class. We are now ready to begin our Bred and Owned Bulls show. We will start it off with Class 1, March calves, born March 1st to the 31st of 2021. We have 3 entries: Leah Evans, Connor Hidalgo, and Caden Smith. Our judge today is Mr. Dave Allen. Mr. Allen received his animal science degree from Texas A&M University, where he was also on the livestock judging team. He continued his graduate work at Michigan State University and was a livestock judging coach. Dave managed a large purebred operation and a large stocker operation before starting his own Bar A cattle company. Dave also is an owner in Gene Source, which is a semen distribution company that was started in 2012. Dave has judged many shows around the U.S., including Canada and Mexico, since 1995. Dave, along with his wife Becky and 3 sons Tyler, Mason, and Landry, live in Nocona, Texas. Please give Dave a nice welcome with a round of applause. For those of you around ringside, if you have looked in the bleachers, you may have noticed a show program with the 15-year logo on the front of it. Be sure to pick one of those up, and you guys can see a little bit more about the history and the making of how NAJRAE was started. You can also see our junior board members and some information about them, along with all of the wonderful sponsors that we have had to be able to run the NAJRAE show.
First class to start off the Bred and Owned Bull Show. 3 nice individuals. I think one that's overpowering in terms of his performance, his muscularity, the rib shape that he has, yet he's still very sound in terms of his feet and legs. A good calf to win. Maybe if we're to change him, we'd like to clean up his throat and chest just a little bit in terms of skin, but a really good performance bull with some power. Calf in second, he's a long-bodied, clean-made kind of a calf, and I think he has that advantage up through his throat. Compared to our class winner, just like to see him bolder in his rib and stouter in terms of shape when you get behind him. But he's sound on his feet and legs. He's long on his side. Just like to see a little more rib and muscularity. Nice made calf in third, and one that if he really takes off and goes could be pretty good. He's good on his feet and legs. He's got some muscle shape. He's a little shorter bodied than the other two bulls, gives up a little performance. But I think in time, if he catches up, he could be a pretty nice individual.
Thank you, Judge. And a congratulations goes to our Class 1 winner. Along with being class winner, they are also the division champion and reserve. Entry 353, Caden Smith from Shiner, Texas, was your Division I champion. Entry 351, Connor Hidalgo from Amory, Mississippi, is your division reserve. And third in that class goes to entry 350, Leah Evans from Washington, Iowa. Next in the ring is a single entry of your February class.
Single entry in this class, but this young lady really brought out a nice individual. Here's one that could stand a lot more competition today. Built really the way we need them in terms of herd bulls. A calf that's got performance, but with that, he's got a big rib to him. He's got plenty of muscle. He's really nice in terms of his structure, especially the set of his hind leg and the way he moves. He's adequate in terms of his look and balance. Just a really complete good calf with an extra shot of stoutness and performance. Congratulations to her on a high-quality individual.
Congratulations to entry 357, Addison Vowell from Forest, Mississippi. Next in our class will be Class 4, January calves. We have entries from Barrett Allen, Jacob Bell, Braxton Switzer, Truett Toller, Camille Bloom, and Peyton Nagel. At this time, we'd also like to mention our silver sponsors for the NAJRAE show. Those sponsors contributed from $2,500 to $5,000. Those sponsors include Tennessee Co-op, Tennessee Cattlemen's Association, Power Plus Genetics, Taft Law, the Red Angus Association of America, Hartman Cattle Co., and NOV.
A good class of bulls, and I think useful calves all the way through. The differences in terms of how far they are along, in terms of their condition and maturity, but a nice set of bulls. Calf that comes to the top of the class, a nice combination. A good-looking calf that's got some body. He's very, very muscular, yet I think he's sound enough on his feet and legs. For to nitpick him, maybe he doesn't handle his pastern just perfectly for me, but that's a nice calf that's got some length, rib, and muscularity with a good look. Calf in second is very complete. He's one that's got some body to him. He's really nice up through his front end. He's got good muscle shape. He's not as stout as our class winner, but he's sure adequate in that regard. And I think that's the difference. He's not as long and he's not as stout, but he's very complete in his design. He's got plenty of rib and he's sure adequate in his performance. A very clean-made calf in third with a lot of shape as you read him down to his stifle. He's long-bodied. He's not quite as soft-made as the two ahead of him, but tremendously good-looking and shapy. I think one in time could be pretty interesting to watch. Depends if he just softens up in his body just a little bit. We've got a couple of more immature bulls here that give up a little performance but are good calves. The one directly ahead of me is very good in his structure, nice in his rib shape. That's a calf as time comes along. If he catches up a little performance-wise, he's built right. He just doesn't have quite as much growth to him today. A clean-made calf coming next, very, very similar to the one ahead of him, just lacking a little performance today, but he's sound, he's good-looking. He just gives up that mass and that weight. Calf coming around the corner now. Another one that's got some body. He's a little more moderate in his frame size. He's not as attractive as the two directly ahead of him as you read him through his front end. And then we have a very long-bodied, high-performing calf. And if you want tremendous performance, I think he is one that has it. He's very long-sided. He gives up a little bit in terms of balance. As you read him from front to rear, he's a little off in his hip, planar through his front end. Doesn't have as much body relative to his frame size, but a lot of performance in that calf.
Thank you, Judge. And congratulations on our Class 4 winner. Goes to entry 364, Camille Bloom of Brooklyn, Iowa. Second in class goes to entry 363, Truett Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma. Third goes to entry 358, Barrett Allen of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Fourth and fifth go to entries 360 and 359, exhibited by Jacob Bell of Friendship, Tennessee. Sixth goes to entry 361, Braxton Switzer of Buckland, Missouri. And seventh goes to entry 365, Peyton Nagel of Alhambra, Illinois. Now in class is our Division II champion bred and owned bulls. We have a single entry from our first class, Addison Vowell. And coming in from Class 4 is Camille Bloom and Truett Toller.
On this second division, a couple of good classes and sure, three nice individuals out here to represent. I think all these bulls have the balance that I'm looking for. They've all got some muscularity. They've got some rib shape. They're good on their feet and legs. The calf that won the first class is just extra stout and still really good looking. Just a nice combination individual. Maybe gets just a tickle soft behind his shoulder, but a really powerful, good looking calf to represent that class. And then the calf from the second class, again, we said he's long and clean in his front end. He's bold in his rib cage and has tremendous shape as you read him through his quarter. He's not quite as attractive in terms of his hind leg, but a lot of good in that calf. Today, I like the calf that won the first class. He'll be the champion in this division. The bull that won the second class will be reserved.
And your Division II champion bred and owned bull goes to entry 357, Addison Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Camille. And your Division II reserve champion bred and owned bull goes to Camille Bloom of Brooklyn, Iowa. Next in the class will be our Class 6 winter calves. We have two entries. We have Camden Walter and Truett Toller. I'd also like to thank our cash in kind sponsors, our platinum sponsors, Sullivan Show Supply. Not only have they been gracious to donate some awesome awards in our showmanship contest yesterday, but if you notice these nice blue t-shirts that all of the exhibitors are showing in the show ring, those were also provided by Sullivan's Supply.
Really nice parables in this late fall class. I think some give and take between the two, but a lot of quality in both these calves. Calf that's going to win the class, he's a longer bodied bull, but his big advantage is he's longer and freer in terms of his stride and his movement. He has a little more slope to his shoulder. He's a little more flexible in his hock, but that's a good looking calf that's got some rib shape. He's got some muscle. If you were to nitpick him, maybe he breaks just a little bit behind his shoulder, but a very high quality calf to win the class. The calf in second probably has more true hard muscle in him, and I like that about him. He's a bold ribbed kind of a bull calf. He's one that when you set him in motion, he gets a little bit tighter and more restricted in terms of his movement. He's not quite as long bodied as well, but an excellent pair of bulls in this class.
Congratulations to our Class 6 winner, Mr. Truett Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma. And second class goes to Camden Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. Next in the ring will be Class 7, our senior calves. We have entries from Madeline Ethington, Reba Prather, Walter Steely, Trey Ladner, and Carly Shooter. Throughout the day, you may have noticed some photographers in the ring taking some snapshots. We have Legacy Livestock here. They're also at our backdrop. If you would like to check out their pictures, you can visit their website or stop back and talk to Heidi, and she'd be more than happy to show you where you can look them up at. Also, at the conclusion of the steer show today, we will be cleaning up the ring and preparing for our banquet. The banquet will be held in the show ring this year. We're going back to our roots and doing it just like we did in the beginning. 6:30, the banquet will be in the show ring.
Another really good class in our fall division, and I really like this bull that wins. A little different in his kind, just a real performance bull. Huge in his body and good in his forerib. He's got some width and some muscle. He's got foot and bone, and yet you get that calf out. He travels so well, and you think, well, he'll be a little plain, but you stop him and set him up. His neck's long enough that calf balances extremely well. A lot of performance and quality in that individual. A good-looking bull with some muscle. It comes in second. He's probably a little cleaner in his upper throat, and he's definitely got shape. You read his top. He's got tremendous turn. He's got a lot of shape in his stifle. He's a little rougher up through his front end in terms of his shoulder forerib junction. Maybe gets a little base narrow at the ground, but still a powerful, good-looking bull. One that I think falls right into second pretty easily. A good calf in third. A pretty useful bull. Gives up a little performance in this class, but he's sound. He's sure adequate in his rib and muscle. A little shorter sided as we compare him to the two ahead of him today. Young man coming next got another bull with really nice muscle shape. He's got some turn to his top and quarter. He's got some length of side and some look. He gets a little more restricted in his movement, especially the way he handles his hind leg compared to a couple of the bulls ahead of him. But that's still a good quality bull. And then we have a long-bodied calf with a lot of length and performance. He needs more shape and muscle as we compare him to some of those ahead of him, but a real nice class of bulls.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 7 winner, Miss Madeline Ethington from Danville, Kentucky. Second goes to Carly Shooter of Frankton, Indiana. Third to Miss Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky. Fourth to Trey Ladner of Sebastopol, Mississippi. And fifth goes to Walter Steely of Seabury, Kentucky. Coming in next is our division champion and reserve selection. At this time, I'd like to announce that Wall is our exclusive clipper of the North American Junior Red Angus event, and they are the sponsor of all of the division champions. Each division champion from the show today and tomorrow will receive a clipper from Wall, along with a nice belt buckle donated by the NAJRAE Junior Board.
Excellent set of bulls in this fall division. I think four really good ones to represent the two classes. Bull that won the first class, just youthful and fresh and balanced and sound. One that I think has a tremendous amount of future as you read him, and he's got adequate muscle and adequate rib. And you take the condition that he's in, that one could be really, really good one day. Maybe not quite as far along as a couple others out here today, but I really like that calf on down the road. And then we have a huge-bodied calf that won the second class that's still very nice in terms of his feet and legs. He's got some muscle and width to him. Just an easy-doing kind of a bull, but yet he's still got some balance and eye appeal. So I think two really good bulls that are kind of in different points as far as being ready to come out here, but a lot of quality in both of them, and two good muscular eye-appealing calves in our second place holes. So I'll show you the way I like them, but congratulations to these four exhibitors and the other exhibitors with a nice set of bulls in this division.
Congratulations to our Division III champion bred and owned female, Miss Madeline Ethington from Danville, Kentucky. And your reserve division champion bull goes to Mr. Truett Toller of Perkins, Oklahoma. Coming in the ring next will be Class 9 late summer yearlings. We have entries from Will Banks and Hayden Clark. Today, every class winner has received a engraved speaker. And if you look in the programs, you will see a list of the class sponsors, and some of those include Adolph Red Angus, Andrus Stock Farms, Bell Farms, Bjorklund Farms, Seabar Ranch, Cowboy Fire, Cross Diamond Cattle, Diamond P Cattle, Featherby Farms, and Fettus Ranch. If you see any of these breeders out watching the show, be sure to stop and thank them for their generous contribution to our show.
In our late summer class, two good individuals. Both these bulls have a lot of quality. Both these bulls are sure good in their structure. The bull that wins the class has got a shot more body about him. He's a little longer and neater up through his front end. Maybe like to change the design of his hip just a little bit and raise his pin set to be truly ideal. But that calf's got some bone, he's got some rib, he's got some muscle, and a nice look when you get him out on the profile. The calf in second is longer bodied and he's long strided when we get him out on the move, and I like that about him. He gives up some center body and some rib shape to our class winner, but still got some muscle, and you read him in his stifle when he is in motion. Still a good quality bull with some length and some muscle. A nice pair of bulls in this class.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to the Kentucky boys for winning Class 9. Your first place will go to Will Banks from Cynthiana, Kentucky, and your second place winner was Mr. Hayden Clark of Slaughters, Kentucky. In the ring now is going to be Class 10 Summer Yearlings. We have entries from Danica Lowry, Carter Batterson, and Colin Walter. At the conclusion of the show, if you're needing something to help cool you down, Oklahoma is selling snow cones in Barn Q to help raise money for the 2022 National Junior Red Angus Show that will be held in Chickasha next year.
Three really good bulls in this class, and I think a very close placing on this top pair of very high quality individuals. I love the smoothness and balance of the bull that wins the class. He's a little stronger in his forerib than the bull in second. He's a muscular bull. It's sure got a nice shape to his rib. Beautifully balanced when you get him out on the profile. You set him in motion. He handles his top line extremely well. Just a very complete bull that's a shot stouter. A lot of quality in that individual. It's close, I think, because the bull in second is slightly longer bodied. I think he's equal to him in muscularity. He's got that center body that we've got in our class winner. I think he's sound enough when we set him in motion. He's not quite as good in his forerib as our class winner. He maybe gets up in his top just a little bit when we set him in motion, but he's a shot longer sided, and I think two really good bulls, and it gets pretty close. The calf in third is a good, useful individual. He's sound structured. He's got some muscle shape. He gets a little more up and down in his top line. He wants to drop his pins a little bit on the go. Gives up a shot of performance as well. But a very good class, and really like those two bulls at the top end.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 10 participants. First place goes to Colin Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. Second to Carter Batterson of Bloomfield, Iowa. And third goes to Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Coming in next will be our Division 4 champion and reserve champion bred and owned bull. From Class 1, we have Will Banks and Hayden Clark. Excuse me, from Class 9, we have Will Banks and Hayden Clark. And from Class 10, we have Colin Walter and Carter Batterson. At this time, we'd also like to thank Sullivan Show Supply for providing the blade pouch for the Reserve Champion Division winners. The Reserve Champion Division winners will also be receiving a belt buckle as a gift from the North American Junior Red Angus Board.
In our fourth division, Summer Yearling Bull Division, four excellent bulls to represent. And I think these exhibitors, so far to this point in the bull show, the quality has been tremendous. You get in some of these bull shows and they can get weak here and there, and this one has not. It started off good. The classes have been deep, and it continues on into this division. These are four nice individuals, very worthy to be out here. I think as we look at the bulls, we got a nice made late summer bull to win that first class with some shape and some look. Maybe not perfect in his hip and his spine, but a lot of good in that calf. And then we have the super well-balanced, high-performing older bull directly behind him, one that I think is very, very complete and just a shot stouter. So I think with that, he's the one we've got to go to in this division, and I think it was so close in that class, I'm going to go ahead and use the second place bull for reserve.
Congratulations to our Division 4 champion bred and owned bull, exhibited by Colin Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. And congratulations goes to Carter Batterson of Bloomfield, Iowa, for exhibiting the Division Reserve champion bull. Coming in the ring next is a single entry for Class 12 April Spring Yearlings.
Single entry here in the April class, but a good individual that could sure stand a lot more competition today. A true performance bull. If you look at this bull and the body and the length and the muscle that he has, he's really flexible as he gets out on a long stride. He looks like a bull. He's got some masculinity. He's getting that age. He's really good in terms of his testicular development. Maybe he could clean up his sheath just a little bit, but sure a powerful, nice individual to represent this class.
And your class winner from Class 12 is entry number 386, Hans Lynn from Rushford, Minnesota. Coming in the ring next will be Class 13 March Spring Yearlings with 2 entries.
Two good March yearling bulls, but I think one outstanding calf to win the class. I love this bull in terms of his balance and how smooth he is. He's long-fronted, really smooth-shouldered, opens up with some rib cage. He's got some length of body. He's sure adequate in his muscle. He's stout enough boned. Maybe not as massive as a couple of other bulls that have been through here today, but very smooth and still adequate in that regard. A nice individual to win the class. Eye-appealing calf in second that's very clean in his makeup, but I think for a bull of this age, he just simply needs more mass. He needs more rib, he needs more muscle, he needs more bone as we compare him to the class winner.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to our Class 13 winner, entry 388, Katie Berry from Canton, Texas. Second in your class goes to entry 387, Jonah Sable from Oxford, Arkansas. Next in the ring will be the selection of your Division 5 champion and reserve bred and owned bull. As the ring help is busy lining up this division, I'd like to take a moment and recognize them. We have from the NAJRAE Junior Board, Mr. Brock Montgomery, Miss Holly Thomas, and Mr. Tar Tutt. And Miss Nikki Adolph. Sorry, Nikki. And from the Red Angus Association's Junior Board, we have Mr. Isaac Berg. These juniors have been busy working all week long, and they're not even close to being done putting all the miles on their shoes. Let's give these juniors a round of applause for helping in the ring today.
Not a lot of numbers in this spring division, but sure some nice bulls in terms of quality. Calf that won the first class, just a massive individual. To have that kind of foot and bone with that much muscle and body and performance, you read him down his top, he's got a lot of shape. He gets out and he's very, very flexible in terms of his movement, great set of testicles. You know, and a calf that balances up pretty good to be that massive. If you want to nitpick him, you could clean up his underline or his chest and his sheath just ever so slightly, but that's a good performance bull that still has a lot of quality and is very good in terms of his structural integrity. The bull that won the second class is smooth and very eye-appealing. He's a calf that's long and clean in his front end. He's very good in terms of the way his shoulder lays in. He's got some muscle, and he's sure adequate in his rib. I think he gets out and travels pretty well. He's obviously not as massive as the bull that won the first class, but he's not frail by any means. A bull with a tremendous amount of quality. So I think it depends what you're looking for. I really like the mass of the bull that won the first class. He'll win this division. The bull that won class 2 will be reserved.
Congratulations to our Division 5 champion bred and owned bull exhibited by Hans Lynn of Rushford, Minnesota. And your reserve division champion bull is exhibited by entry 388, Miss Katie Berry of Canton, Texas. Coming in the ring next will be a single entry in Class 15, February Junior Yearlings.
when this young lady has an impressive individual to represent this class. Here's a bull that combines some balance and look with extreme stoutness. So you read his top, he's very muscular. He's got a lot of shape through his quarter. He's big and bold in his rib cage. He's really nice in terms of having some bone, but he's still good in his joints. I think the bull gets out and moves on a long stride, maybe like to change his pastern flexibility when he goes just a little bit, but a very high quality individual, really nicely balanced and extremely stout. One that'd be interesting to see when we get him back in here.
Thank you, Judge, and congratulations to our Class 15 winner, entry 391, Kristen Massengill from Hamilton, Texas. Kristen will also be the recipient of the Division 6 champion Bred and Owned Bull. Now in the ring will be Class 17 senior yearlings. This will also be your Division 7 champion and reserve Bred and Owned Bull. At the conclusion of the Bred and Owned Bull show, we will not be taking a picture break. We will continue straight into the percentage steers due to our time and needing to get the shows over with, so we will be able to have our banquet in the ring tonight. We will not be taking a photo break after the selection of the Bred and Owned bulls. We also have some lovely ladies helping hand out awards today. We have our NAJRAE Queen, Miss Gracelyn Gemmel. And we have Miss Grace Anderson, who is a contestant for NAJRAE Princess this year.
Interesting class of senior bulls, and again, we've got three nice bulls out here. We've got one bull that's dominating in terms of his performance, huge in terms of his body, but with that, he's got some top and some muscle and some quarter, big bone kind of a calf that's big-footed, One that I think probably the soundest bull in the class. When you set him in motion, he gets out with some length to his movements. Maybe like to harden him up just a little bit for me. He gets outside of himself, maybe just is eating a bite too much as far as his feed, and we'd like to harden him up just a little bit. But a big volume, high quality, stout-made bull, good calf to represent this class. Second and third, it gets a little closer, and these are good calves. The bull in second, he has more shape, especially as you read him through his quarter. He's long-bodied, clean-made kind of a bull. He gives up a little bit to our class winner in terms of substance of bone, and he obviously gives up in terms of his rib shape and his overall performance, but really an attractive bull that's got some muscle. Good long-bodied calf in third, one that's very useful in his type and kind. He just kind of gets outperformed in this class and outstouted, but that's still a good bull. He's clean in his makeup. He's got some shape. He's good in his testicular development. A really good class of bulls here at the end of our Red Angus Bull Show.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 17 winner and our Division 7 champion bred and owned. Entry 393, Dawson Dimmitt of Boonville, Indiana. Second in that class and also reserve in the division goes to entry 394, Ethan Bolden of Bennett, Colorado. And third in class 17 goes entry 392, Connor Hidalgo of Amory, Mississippi. Coming in the ring now are your division champion and reserves. Competing for the grand champion and reserve champion, bred and owned bull. From Division 1, our champion bull is exhibited by entry 353, Caden Smith. Division 2 champion is entry 357, Addison Vowell. Your Division 3 champion bull is entry 371, exhibited by Madeline Ethington. Division 4 champion bull goes to entry 384, exhibited by Colin Walter. Division 5 champion bull was exhibited by entry 386, Hans Lynn. Division 6 champion bull, entry 391, was exhibited by Kristen Massengill. And your Division 7 champion bred and owned bull was entry 393, exhibited by Dawson Dimmitt. Are the reserves not? Coming in the ring now are our reserve division champions. From Division 2, entry 364 is Camille Bloom. Division 3 reserve champion was entry 368, Truett Toller. Division 4 reserve champion bull was Mr. Carter Batterson. Your Division 5 reserve champion bull was to Miss Katie Berry. Your Division 7 reserve grand champion bull was entry 394, exhibited by Mr. Ethan Bolden.
Well, I think first off, let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors and the rest of the exhibitors who went back to the barn. This was a heck of a bull show. Quality was excellent through the classes. I think we've got an outstanding group of individuals back out here. I think you can go 3 or 4 different ways and use really good bulls, or 3, 4, 5, 6 different ways and use really good bulls. Just really impressed with these calves in terms of the stoutness and performance they have, yet they're sound, they've got some look. Just a really good group of bulls all the way through. I'm not going to go back and talk each one because we've got a little more show to go and you guys have got a banquet, but my hat's off and congratulations. Just an outstanding set of cattle in your Bred and Owned Bull Show today. I think they said we're going to pick 5, so I'll show you the way I like them, but congratulations to all of you, just an outstanding group in this division.
Congratulations to your grand champion bred and owned bull, exhibited by entry number 384, Colin Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma, with WLTR Old Red 11H. And your reserve grand champion bred and owned bull goes to entry number 386, Hans Lynn from Rushford, Minnesota, with TLC Man Hannity 017H. And your third overall honorable mention goes to entry 371, Madeline Ethington of Danville, Kentucky, with Cedar Ridge Hellcat 052H. Didn't realize the name said hell in it until I read it.
There was this guy who, when he registered animals a long time ago, he was mad at the association. It was like before Red's Pro and everything, and he would put cuss words in his registration.
Oh my gosh. And your fourth overall honorable mention goes to entry 383, Carter Batterson of Bloomfield, Iowa, with BCC Trigger 976H. And your fifth overall honorable mention goes to entry 368, Truett Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma, with T5 Hendricks 051. That is the conclusion of our Bred and Owned Bull show, and we will not be taking picture breaks, so we will continue straight into our percentage steers. this year we are implementing a little different show for the steers this year. We have a percentage steer show, which is red Angus steers that are 50% or greater. And then following the selection of the champion percentage steer, we will then have the selection of our champion 100% steers. And the 100% steers would be your 1A red Angus steers. In the ring now is Class 1. We have entries from Clint Harrington and Danielle Brooks.
The first class of steers, very, very close placing, and there's some difference in weight between these two. And actually, they both have advantages relative to the class. Calf that wins, I mean, he's very eye-appealing, clean-made steer. He's got some muscle as you read him through his quarter. Really good in his lines. I think he's sound enough at the ground. We set him in motion. Just a complete individual. The calf in second, I think I like him better in terms of his hind leg and the way he sets it down. I think he's got some true shape as you read his loin and down into his quarter. He wants to break just a little more behind his shoulder. He's a little bit lower in his pin set, but I think he's a little better in the way he goes off his hind leg. So it's very, very close. Excellent pair of steers in this class.
Congratulations to our Class 1 winner, Danielle Brooks from Wilson, Oklahoma. And second in our Class 1 goes to Clint Harrington of Nowata, Oklahoma. In our Class 2 percentage steer show, we have Braxton Switzer with a single entry weighing 1,070 pounds.
This young man with middleweight steer, really a smooth, easy feeding individual, one that's good in his forerib. He's starting to put some condition on, which is probably perfect relative to his weight. Very clean up through his front end. He gets out pretty well off his front end. Maybe could change the way he sets down on his hind leg in terms of his pasturing. Maybe doesn't have quite as much muscle shape as the two steers in the previous class, but he's long-sided, he's smooth, he's good looking, and I think he's doing a nice job of feeding this calf relative to his weight.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 2 winner, entry 399, Braxton Switzer from Buckland, Missouri. In our final class of percentage steers, we have 3 entries ranging in ranging in weight from 1,230 pounds to 1,285.
Check, check, check.
really good class of steers that are at market weight or very close to it. I think in three nice calves, and one that surfaces to the top pretty easily. When you talk about muscle, rib, structure, and balance, I think he's pretty tough in all three areas, especially relative to his weight and his frame size. Beautiful in terms of the way he travels, yet he's still got some muscularity. He's adequate in his rib, and I think he puts it together from front to back as good as any. You might like to clean his throat up just a little bit, but that's really a nice kind of a calf. The calf in second's probably the most muscular steer in the class. As you read his top shape down into his quarter, I like that about him. He's got some length of body and length of front. Really clean through his front end, a heavy structured, big bone kind of a calf. One that we'd like to change the design of his hip. He wants to drop his pins, especially in motion. He's not quite as good in his flank as the steers on either side of him, but his advantage in muscularity puts him over the calf in third. I like the smoothness and the depth and the balance of the calf in third. He's one that's beautiful in terms of his forerib. He's obviously got some cover on him, probably plenty. He's nice in terms of his profile. He gives up some muscle shape as we compare him to the two steers ahead of him, down his top and into his quarter. Maybe some structure as well in terms of having as much bone. But a good individual, a good feeding steer, just not as shapy as the two ahead of him today. Real nice class, and I think a tremendous class winner.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 3 winner, entry 397, exhibited by Lee Bjorklund of Henning, Minnesota. Second in Class 3 goes to entry 398, Isaac Seedling of Brookville, Indiana. And third in Class 3 goes to entry 400, Hayden Stubbs of Wallace, Kansas. Now coming back are your first and second places from the Class 1 through 3 for your Grand and Reserve Champion percentage steer. From Class 1, we have entry 396, Danielle Brooks. Her steer weighs 890 pounds. From Class 2, we have entry 399, Mr. Braxton Switzer, with a steer weighing 1070. And in Class 3, entry 397, Lee Bjorklund steer weighed 1230. Our seconds coming back. From Class 1 is entry 395, Clint Harrington, with a steer weighing 728 pounds. And from Class 3, our second place was entry 398, Isaac Seedling, with a steer weighing 1,285 pounds.
A little smaller show in the Penix Steer Show, but sure some good individuals to represent the classes, and heavy class and the light class both had some depth and some quality about them. I think to me there's three steers out here that I really like, two from one class and one from another, and I think you could do several different things. The calf that won the first class is very attractive. I like his look, and I think as a fat steer, that one has got enough muscle, and yet he's really smooth and good looking. I think he's sound enough. Maybe not as perfect in his hock and the way he goes as one or two others, but he's good enough in that regard, and a nice combination steer with some look and some muscularity. Calf from the second class, a good feeding kind of steer, and the young man has him in about the right shape relative to his weight. I think he falls out to the steers on either side of him in terms of his bone and his muscle shape. He's just not as stout as either one of them, and maybe not quite as nicely designed through his hip. But a good feeding individual. And then the calf from the last class, probably the best structured of the three that we have out here of our class winners. Steer that's got enough muscle, and I like the way he handles it. He can get around the ring, and he's good in his hip. He's got some back in him. He's sure bold sprung in his rib. And a steer that's very complete when you get him on the profile. He's not as ultra clean maybe as the Class 1 steer, but he balances very well. So I'd show you the two I like the best, and congratulations to all these exhibitors. A lot of quality in the steer show here today.
Congratulations to your grand champion percentage steer from Class 3, exhibited by entry 397, Lee Bjorklund from Henning, Minnesota. And your reserve grand champion percentage steer comes from Class 1, entry 396, exhibited by Danielle Brooks of Wilson, Oklahoma. Coming in the ring next will be the Class 1 of our 100% steer show. All right. In Class 1, we have 2 entries, with steers exhibiting in weights ranging from 640 to 890.
A tough class. I think a lot of spread in weight, very different in terms of type and kind. Going to use the young man steer, the lighter weight calf, a sounder structured individual, one that's obviously not as far along in terms of his condition. He's got some shape. He's fairly clean in his makeup. We'd like to change the design of his hip. Maybe has a little more set than what's ideal to his hind leg, but he's sounder in his structure than the calf we have in second. Long-bodied, clean-made calf in second. He's got some shape in his stifle. He's a little straight off his front end. He's got some swelling on his hocks and doesn't handle his hind leg quite as nicely as the other steer. Very, very close, and I think some give and take in that pair.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 1 winner, entry 402, Nathan Camp from Loganville, Georgia, with a steer weighing 640 pounds. Second class goes to entry 405, Quentin Ethington from Danville, Kentucky, with a steer weighing 890 pounds. Coming in next is Class 2 of the Purebred Red Angus Show. We have 2 exhibitors whose steers range in weight from 1075 to 1080. I guess they don't range when there's only 2, Cassie.
Two steers very similar in weight. And again, I think it's fairly close. The young lady steer, really a long, clean-fronted calf, but I think his big advantage is he has more top and quarter in him. As you read him, he's more expressive down his top than the calf in second. He's wider and has more shape from hooks to pins, and he carries that down into a deeper stifle that just has more expression. He's also slightly heavier structured. He's a calf maybe that gets a little weak behind his shoulder, and we'd like to change that about him. Might like to see him just a shot more, with a little more flex in terms of his hind leg, but he's attractive and he's got some muscle, and I think he needs to go to the top of the class. The calf in second, young man's done a nice job of feeding him. He's got some body in him. He's really got a nice look to him. I'd like to change the design of his hip when we set him in motion. I'd like to see him a bit stouter, especially as you read him up high through his hip, down over his loin, but good pair of steers, and I think fairly close in terms of the placing.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to first place out of Class 2, entry 409, Riley Moore from Atlanta, Missouri, with her steer weighing her steer weighing 1,080 pounds. Congratulations also goes to Quentin Ethington of Danville, Kentucky, for his second place steer who weighed 1,075. Coming in the ring is class number 3 with 5 entries ranging in weight from 1,200 to 1,275. If you guys are looking for something to cool down with, be sure to go up to Q Barn and go stop at Oklahoma's stall where they're selling ice cones for $2 a cone. All proceeds will go to the 2022 National Junior Red Angus Show that will be held in Chickasha, Oklahoma. And while you're up there, be sure to stop in the barn and take a look at the silent auction items, along with the photos that were entered in the photo contest and the arts and crafts contest.
We really turned up the heat on this last class of Red Angus steers. We've really got some quality out here, top to bottom. I think these top two are really good and really close, and I think that third place steer is a good calf as well. A calf that wins the class, and I think these calves are close, but really a nice combination individual. He's got enough muscle. He's got a tremendous look when you get him out on the profile, the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. He's really bold in his rib cage. He's excellent in terms of his feet and legs, and he's got some shape down his top, and that's what I really like about him. I think he's stronger and has more shape right behind his shoulder than the calf in second. So an excellent pair, but I think a really good calf to win. The calf in second is another one, and this young man does a great job of presenting him. A good fronted, big-bodied steer with some muscle, and yet he's sound when he goes. He reaches off both ends of his skeleton. Like we said, he's not quite as stout right behind his shoulder as the calf that wins, but maybe a little cleaner up through his front end, so I think it makes it close. A great pair of steers, a very close placing, and I really appreciate those young people for bringing them out today. Young lady coming in third probably has the most market-ready steer in the show. This calf's probably about ready to go. He's big-bodied, and he's good in his forerib. He's a big top calf, maybe as wide across his stifle as any steer in the class. He doesn't handle his feet and legs quite as nicely as the first two. He gets a little outside on his front end. He doesn't track quite as free and easy off his hind end, but that's a good fat steer, very nicely presented and nicely shown. A good long-strided, big bone calf coming next, one that just wants to pinch up into his forerib a little bit, doesn't quite have the muscularity of the three steers ahead of him, but still a good quality steer. And the young man at the end of the class, a really strong top, clean-made kind of a calf, simply needs to be softer made, a little freer moving as we compare him to the steers at the other end.
Congratulations to our Class 3 winner, entry 414, Emily Payton of St. Clairsville, Ohio, with a steer weighing 1,200 pounds. Second in class goes to entry 413, Ross Gilbert of Leroy, Kansas, with a steer weighing 1,220 pounds. Third in class goes to entry 415, Paige Wood, with a steer weighing 1,275. Fourth goes to entry 412, Ethan Bell of Friendship, Tennessee, with a steer weighing 1,275. And concluding our class was entry 410, Bryce Zepp of New Windsor, Maryland, with a steer weighing 1,265. Now in the ring is Class 4 of our purebred Red Angus show, with steers ranging in weight from 1,305 to 1,360.
Another nice class of steers, a very good pair of steers at the top, and both these steers have advantages relative to the class. The steer that wins, he's got the show steer look. He's the widest across his stifle. He's got some back in him. He's opened up and bold in terms of his center body. He gets a little straight for me off both ends of his skeleton. I wouldn't mind changing that about him, but he's more youthful. He's got a nicer look. And I think in terms of finish, it's close. Both these steers really, relative to their weight, probably need to be a little bit farther along in terms of finish. But a good pair of steers. The calf in second is an advantage in soundness. He gets out and reaches a little better off both ends of his skeleton. He's a long-bodied calf. He's a muscular steer with a nice rib cage. He's a little plainer about his head, a little deeper in his chest. And I think relative to his weight, like our class winner, probably just needs a shot more condition. But really a good pair of steers and very, very close. A clean-made calf in third was good in his lines. He doesn't have the mass and stoutness of the two steers ahead of him. The biggest difference is he gets a little straighter in his skeleton, a bit more frail in terms of his bone, just doesn't have the rugged big bone and the freedom of movement that we have in the steers ahead of him as well. But a good class of steers, nice pair of steers at the top. I wish we could combine those two to really get where we want to be.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 4 winner, entry 407, Liv Naylor from Connorsville, Indiana. Second in class went to entry 411, Caden Smith of Shiner, Texas. And third in that class goes to entry 406, Lexi Zepp of New Windsor, Maryland. Class 5 is a single entry exhibited by Kelsey Zepp. Her steer weighs 1,415 pounds.
Single entry in this class, steer weighing up over 1,400, one that's sure close to being market ready in terms of his weight. As you read his indicators, his cod in his chest, he's starting to put some condition on. Really long-sided and clean-made in his makeup. Maybe like to just free him up in his movement a little bit off both ends of his skeleton. Maybe see just a shot more muscle shape as you read him up high, but he's really wide across his stifle. Nice carcass kind of a steer. I think one, you get just a little bit more condition on him and he'll hang a really nice carcass.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 5 winner, entry 408, Kelsey Zepp of New Windsor, Maryland. Her steer weighed 1,415 pounds. Now we will have all of the first and second places from our classes come in to compete for your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion purebred steer. From Class 1, we have entry 402, Nathan Camp from Loganville, Georgia. From Class 2, we have entry 409, Riley Moore from Atlanta, Missouri. Class 3, we have entry 414, Emily Payton from St. Clairsville, Ohio. In Class 4, we have entry 407, Liv Naylor from Connorsville, Indiana. And in Class 5, we have entry 408, Kelsey Zepp from New Windsor, Maryland. Our seconds in this division. From Class 1 is entry 405, Quentin Ethington from Danville, Kentucky. Class 2, we have entry 403, Quentin Ethington from Danville, Kentucky. Class 3, we have entry 413, Ross Gilbert from Leroy, Kansas. Class 5, we have entry 411, Caden Smith from Shiner, Texas.
As we're about to finish up today, first off, I'd like to thank all the folks that help out with this show, the group of individuals that has helped out for years with this show. They work hard. They put on a great show. I'm glad the Red Angus Association is on board and helping us as well. I think you've got a great show here and a great opportunity. This breed has really been on the rise, and it's just going to keep going. I'm sure your numbers are going the right direction and will continue, because this breed, the quality of the cattle is good. They're very relevant to the real world, and yet there's a lot of good show cattle that can come out here and compete. So I think that even this steer show is a testament to that. The quality of these steers, especially we get into some of these heavier classes and how good these steers are, is very, very impressive. So thanks for having me. Thanks to everyone that's put in the hard work and all the young folks that have come out and participated. It's really been a good show today, and I really enjoyed the opportunity. I'll show you a couple of steers that I like the best, but I think there's 4 really good ones out here. They're at different stages, and so that makes it a little tougher. But I'll show you how I like them, and congratulations to everyone on an outstanding show today.
Let's give Dave Allen a round of applause for the great job that he's done today. Congratulations to your grand champion purebred Red Angus steer. Entry 414 coming out of Class 3, Miss Emily Payton from St. Clairsville, Ohio. And congratulations to your reserve grand champion purebred red Angus steer, entry 413, also coming out of Class 3, Mr. Ross Gilbert from Leroy, Kansas. That is the conclusion of our shows today. We will look forward to seeing everybody tonight at the banquet at 6:30, and everybody bright and early in the morning.